Engkan matuse. Engkan matuse. Engkan masetose. Entoko ndeshiki matose. Benae masetose.
welcome. And if you didn't hear it before, you saw it, you felt it, and you are deeply welcome to the Africa Legacy Summit right here at EKO Hotel. Right now it's time for you to meet your hosts. With a round of applause, bring up on stage Dr. Iyaduni Gbadebo. He's the Director of Sales and Marketing right here at EKO Hotel and Suites. Also, with a round of applause, Mr. Ayo Adio.
Welcome, distinguished.
Good morning, it's good to be here.
What
Good
an
morning,
honor.
everyone.
What an honor it is to host the stage with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. You look stunning, by the way.
Thank you. You don't look bad yourself.
And now, a man that has no need of introduction, the legend. Make welcome with a round of applause, Dr. Ruben Abati.
What a day. Beautiful day, historic, great hall, excellent.
Dr.
Congratulations
Abati.
to EKO Hotels and Suites. Olori,
My scholarly
good morning,
Dr.
good
Abati.
morning.
Thank
Doctor,
you
it's
very
good to
much.
see you in person and not
Good
on
to see
television.
Well,
What an honor to be hosting the stage with
no,
you.
my honor, I'm just overwhelmed by this design. I think EKO Hotels and Suites, you went overboard to show that this EKO Convention Center is a center of possibilities.
That's right.
This is the proscenium theater.
It is.
Dates back to the Greek theater. You and I are thespians.
Of course.
So what happened to your voice?
Dr. Abati, we were about to get there. As you know, we thespians understand one thing. Regardless of what happens, the show must go on.
So yes.
And talking about shows, I thought that was an exceptionally thrilling performance by the wonderful group that just left the stage. I don't know what your thoughts were, Doctor. I thought it was exceptional.
Dr. Abati, you know, EKO Hotel is a stylish institution. We don't do basic stuff. So we have to wet the ground, fancy it up a bit, and that's why we're more than just a hotel.
So all three of us will be your chaperone, guiding you through this wonderful event today. But before I leave the stage for these two fabulous people, I'm going to leave you in the warm embrace of the only two MCs in Nigeria with PhDs. And they'll be guiding you through all of the event.
Please say it's not honorary. Please. Say not honorary.
Not honorary.
Dr. Abati.
Olori, tell them that the two PhDs are from Egba Kingdom.
Correct.
And that the federal government says those who bear a doctoral degree, honoris causa,
Correct.
should not go about saying they are doctors. So you have two authentic, doctors before you.
Please
Thank you very much.
bear in mind, I'm hiding behind Dr. Abati, okay?
No.
So he's allowed to say all of these things. Lovely. Dr. Abati, let's
Thank you very
take the
much.
stage.
Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure once again to welcome you to this occasion. I was saying earlier that we are in a very excellent environment. The scenery is beautiful, is splendid, and I was telling Olori Gbadebo that EKO Hotel and Suites, we seem to have, gone above board to show that this convention center is really a center of possibilities. Taking all of this design from ancient Greece, which became even more popular in the 17th century, when during the Italian Renaissance adopted this very design. And then it became the preferred modern design. Don't mind me being pedantic. I'm a student of theater and a teacher of dramaturgy. So that's where all that is coming from. But first, let me start with the protocols. And I would like to welcome His Excellency, our host governor, who is here with us. His Excellency, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State. Your Excellency. Now, just a few words about Governor Sanwo-Olu. Governor Sanwo-Olu, you can say, is the hospitality and tourism governor. if you look at his Themes Plus agenda, on the basis of which he signed a social contract with the people of Lagos State, tourism is part of it, hospitality is part of it, and in the last 7 years plus, he has been providing infrastructure and support, whether in the area of water tourism or in the area of diaspora invitation to Lagos, or Lagos Street Festival, be it the famous, iconic your festival, or promotion of culture generally. And today I'm not surprised that he's here with us to talk about how we can reimagine the future of culture in African hospitality, tourism, and travel. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. That applause is not loud enough. Thank you, thank you. I also like to acknowledge, recognize, pay tribute to the owners of EKO Hotels and Suites. Two brothers had the vision of establishing the Shaguri Group in 1971. And EKO Hotels and Suites is a product of that vision. And that vision has since expanded in many directions: manufacturing, construction, real estate, and you have this big enterprise, EKO Hotels and Suites, from 1976 to 2026, celebrating 50 years of service, 50 years of dedication, 50 years of job creation. Let's put our hands together for Ambassador Gilbert Shaguri, who is the chairman of the whole enterprise, co-founder, and is ambassador of St. Lucia to the Vatican and also to UNESCO, businessman and philanthropist. And then his brother, of course, Ambassador Ronald Shaguri, who is co-owner of this whole dream, this whole vision that we're celebrating today. Ambassador Ronald Shaguri is an engineer, and then this is about brotherhood. This is about service. It's not always that two brothers come together and they build an institution. I don't want to give you other examples. We're here to celebrate EKO Hotels and Suites and the Shaguris. And then, of course, we also have in our midst this morning the executive chairman, the board chairman of EKO Hotels Limited, and that's Mr. Christopher Shaguri. Mr. Christopher Shaguri, I saw him earlier. Please, sir, can you stand up for recognition? Please, a round of applause for him. We also have here this morning another director, executive director of EKO Hotels, Mrs. Colin Shaguri Mudaba. Mrs. Mudaba, please. We also have in our midst our keynote speaker. He's an ambassador, he's a general, he's a chief, he's a doctor, well, he's an academic, he's a writer, everything rolled into one. He will be introduced in more detailed manner later. Ambassador Wallace Williams. Ambassador Wallace Williams. And then all the way from Kenya. Special guest. I saw him earlier when he came in, a Pan-Africanist, an admirer of the Nkrumah School of Politics, an admirer of Thomas Sankore, of, Upper Volta, as that country used to be known, now Burkina Faso. He's an academic, he's a leading scholar, he has served in various capacities in his country, and is known as a man who likes to talk straight. Very confident, very detailed, and a friend, of course, of Nigeria. Professor Patrick Locke Lumumba. Now, all the way from Barbados. We have a representative of the Prime Minister and leader of the Barbados Labour Party, the BLP, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Barbados to Ghana, with concurrent accreditation to Nigeria and Liberia. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Juliet Bino Sutherland, representative of the Prime Minister of Barbados. And then also here we have all the way from Taiwan, His Excellency Yi Ping Liu, Andy and Yolanda Chen, the Ambassador of Taiwan to Nigeria, and is their wife. Your Excellencies, you are welcome. Now let me go closer home and introduce the people who make EKO hotels and suites to happen, the people who provide customer satisfaction, empathy, ensuring that everything goes well, clockwise. First, let me start with the Managing Director of EKO Hotels Limited, and he will be speaking, addressing us later in the day, Mr. Gassan Fadul. Then after him, I would like to introduce the General Manager, who is the man who leads the processes, who leads the operations, who looks after every little detail, making sure that it happens every day and that the staff are properly coordinated. He's from Greece, he's a Greek, but he's also a Nigerian. A few days ago, I described him as a fully immersed Nigerian because his family is as Greek as much as it is Nigerian. Mr. Danny Kyoporoglu, General Manager, EKO Hotels and Suites. And then from in-house, let me introduce the company secretary and legal advisor of EKO Hotels Limited. He is Chief Samuel Ulu Alabi, and is the president of Hotel Owners and Managers of Lagos, and is part of this family. His CV is a very long one. And then I've seen some of our very distinguished guests who are here, and we want to thank you very much for coming. Now, let me start directly. I'm looking at her. Dr. Mrs. Nike Akonde, OON-CON. Now, Dr. Akonde was Minister of Trade and Investment of this country, Federal Republic of Nigeria, twice. She is also past president, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, SCCI, and she's honorary life vice president of NASIMA, also in this country. And of course, she's the Iyalode of Ibadan. You are welcome, ma'am. Thank you. And then, of course, we have in our midst also the mother of kings, Yeye Odua, the queen mother of the house of Odua, Erelu Kuti the Fourth. And Erelu Kuti the Fourth is a direct descendant of Obadosumu of Lagos. So when I introduce her, it also means that the city of Lagos, the hosts of EKO Hotels and Suites, they are endorsing this event, they are welcoming you, they are celebrating with the Shaguris and the EKO Hotels and Suites team. Her Royal Highness, Erelu Abiola Dosumo, Erelu Kuti the Fourth of Lagos, Yeye Odua of Yorubala. You are welcome, ma'am. Okay, I don't think I've left anybody out, but if I have, there will be further introductions and we'll correct that. But now, I'm going to just get off the stage and hand over the microphone, and I would like to introduce her properly. Earlier on, you had me calling her Uluri. No, let me explain who you are. Okay, I left somebody out.
The Honorable Commissioner for Culture and Tourism is right here too.
Okay, you are welcome, ma'am. Okay, now let me introduce Dr. Olori, Princess Gbadebo. She's known as Director of Sales and Marketing of EKO Hotels and Suites. But she's also royalty, and she's coming immediately after royalty. She's the daughter-in-law of our father, the paramount ruler of Egbaland, Oba Adedotun Aremu Gbadebo III. She is the wife of Prince Babatunde Gbadebo. She is a mother of future kings, and she's in her own right a princess. So it's a great privilege for me to stand on this podium beside an Olori, a princess of Egba Kingdom. Now she will be the one to do the official job of welcoming all of us with opening remarks in her capacity as Director of Sales and Marketing. Olori, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abati. Please, the future has no choice than to listen. We have confirmed not just speakers, but forces of thought. This stage will not echo today. This stage will ignite in a very, very transformative way. Africa is not waiting to be discovered. It is assembling to be redefined. Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, esteemed diplomats, captains of industry, custodians of culture, and the brilliant young minds who will inherit what we built here today. Good morning and welcome to the Africa Legacy Summit, celebrating this beautiful institution, EKO Hotels and Suites at 50. I crave your indulgence to begin with a simple truth. Africa isn't waiting to be decided. Today in this room, we will have discussions and make decisions that would outlive most of us. This is not another conference. It is not just another gathering of basic ideas. Today, history will take attendance. Because 50 years ago, on this soil, a decision was made that Nigeria could not host the world without hosting the world with excellence. That Africa could deliver global standards with African soul. And that hospitality could become a bridge between nations, cultures, and possibility. Today, we don't gather to admire that legacy. We gather to take responsibility, absolute responsibility for what comes next. Africa is not short of talent, beauty, or opportunity, as you've seen. Africa is short of a coordinated intention to deliver her in a way that the world is yet to see. And that is why Africa Legacy Summit exists. Because legacy isn't accidental. Legacy is designed, it is built, and most importantly, it is defended. As Director of Sales and Marketing for EKO Hotels, and as your chief host of this historic gathering, I stand before you not only with gratitude, but with conviction. Because this summit is not an event, it is a declaration that culture is not decoration, that culture is strategy, that tourism is not leisure, that tourism is nation building, and that Africa will no longer wait for the world to define her story. We will define it ourselves. It is now my honor and privilege to invite on stage a visionary leader, a steward of legacy, a proud champion of Nigeria in hospitality, tourism, and growth development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me, because you know that if I have respect for somebody, it is because the person is deserving of respect. My chairman, Mr. Christopher Shagori, is an outstanding individual. He supports everything Nigerian. He is more Nigerian in his soul than he is in his color. And if I haven't told you before, Chairman, sir, we love you at EKO Hotels. We do. And I think I speak for my managing director. I think I speak for my general manager. I think I speak for the entire management of EKO Hotels. Yourself and Mrs. Kalin Shagori Mudaba, and the vision you have for Africa and for EKO Hotels and Suites has just begun. Please, if you don't mind me asking, can we just stand up and give him a resounding applause? Thank you.
For 50 years, this building has stood on the shoreline, but bricks do not remember. People do. Our greatest asset has never been our rooms. It's always been our engine, our people. If the next 50 years will be kind to us all, we want to make it greater than the last. It will be with passion and dedication of the people who show up every day, with dignity in their work and kindness in their spirit, turning service into care and strangers into family. EKO Hotels will never grow old. We're 50 years young. To 50 more years, perfecting our art and service to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of EKO Hotels Limited, Mr. Christopher Shagori.
Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, captains of industry, guardians of culture, and builders of Africa's future, good morning. There is a dangerous outcome when a people begin to undervalue their own culture. They slowly begin to undervalue themselves. As Marcus Garvey warned decades ago, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. Today we are here to reaffirm those roots, not to remain anchored in the past, but to build confidently towards the future. We are not gathered here merely for a conference. We are gathered to challenge an idea. The idea that culture is ornamental rather than foundational, that it belongs in museums instead of boardrooms, that it is something to celebrate occasionally rather than something capable of shaping economies, influencing nations, and defining civilizations. Today, we reject that idea. What stands before you is not simply a hotel celebrating 50 years, but a living institution, a witness to history, a keeper of memory, and a stage upon which generations have celebrated, negotiated, mourned, dreamed, and built. For 5 decades, EKO Hotels and Suites has not merely hosted guests, it has hosted moments that shaped lives and nations. And today, we ask a larger question. What if culture is not just our heritage, but our strategic advantage? What if the rhythm of our music, the depth of our story, the colors of our festivals, and the warmth of our hospitality are not relics of the past, but assets capable of shaping the future. The truth is this: the world is exhausted by imitation. What people seek now is authenticity, identity, meaning, connection. And Africa remains one of the richest reservoirs of all these. But potential without structure is wasted possibility. This is why the summit matters. We are here to build a future where hospitality is not only about accommodation, but about experience. Where tourism is not merely movement, but identity. And where culture is not performance alone, but economic power. Because when culture becomes infrastructure, transformation follows. Jobs are created. Communities are empowered. Nations reposition themselves. Dignity returns. This is the Africa we believe in. Not an Africa waiting to be discovered, but an Africa prepared to lead. Africa does not lack talent. Africa does not lack resources. Africa does not lack culture. What we have too often lacked is coordination, conviction, and belief in our own values. Today that belief returns. And perhaps this is the largest lessons of our time. The nations that shape the future are not those that imitate best, but those that remember who they are. From this room, may a new standard emerge. One where African hospitality is no longer measured against foreign benchmarks, but becomes the benchmark itself. Where culture is recognized not as decoration, but as infrastructure. And where the next generation inherits not excuses, but opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, history rarely remembers the comfortable. It remembers the courageous. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the words that we use to describe and introduce dignitaries find their weight in their truth. Right now, we will take some remarks from a man who has exemplified humility, courage, and excellence. With a round of applause and an ovation, let us receive the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
I think like something Iyajina has passed on to our voices this morning. It's only Christopher that has gotten it right, but it's okay. It's for EKO Hotel. Let me, on behalf of the people and government of Lagos, let me acknowledge very warmly the representative of the Prime Minister of Barbados, Our Excellency Maimo Moti, here ably represented by Juliet Sunderlander. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. Members of the State Executive Council that are here, especially the Honorable Commissioner for Tourism, the Chairman of EKO Hotel Limited. Thank you very much, Christopher, for the great speech you just gave us now. Our best, regard and greetings to my two uncles, Uncle Roland and Gilbert Shagori. One of our guest speakers, our erudite scholar and renowned activist, Professor Patrick Mulumba, the President of Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Prince Abimbola Olashore, former Minister of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Mrs. Onikepo Akonde, the Erelu of Lagos, all of our distinguished excellencies, especially the ambassador from Taiwan, the managing director of EKO Hotel, the general manager of EKO Hotel. It's your day. Thank you for the great work both of you are doing in the tourism ecosystem of Lagos and Nigeria. The management and staff of EKO Hotel, they like and they hate me a lot. I tend to hold them, but we're all together on this journey. To all of our guests that have come to watch and to listen and to see what we're doing here in Lagos, gentlemen of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give you a warm Lagos welcome to all of our visitors who have come from near and far to be part of this historic gathering. Permit me to begin by expressing my profound delight at being invited to share a significant moment. There's something genuinely special about standing in a ground like this. 50 years ago, history began to be written from Africa's hospitality. Today, we're not simply marking an anniversary of an hotel, we're honoring half a century of Lagos welcoming the world. 50 years is a long time in the life of any institution. For EKO Hotel and Suites, it also has been 5 decades of presence at the very heart of Lagos transformation. A Lagos story cannot be fully complete without an EKO Hotel and Suites story. From a city of few millions to a mega city of more than 20 million. From a regional capital to Africa's financial, cultural hub. Many of you in this hall will have, your own experience of the EKO Hotel story. A first business deal closed between, your first business deal that was closed in front of jollof rice that is served on a Friday evening, a wedding reception that ran long into the night here in this hall, or a show that reflects the true Lagos and African story, bringing about culture, arts, and history. A press conference that broke the news of the day, a diplomatic dinner that opens a new chapter in corporate governance. From countless guests arriving from abroad, this premises, this whole arena has been the first impression of Lagos and often the first impression of our country. I think EKO Hotel deserves another bigger round of applause. And so you can see that this is no small thing. From tourism, properly understood, begin not at the airport, but it begins at the front desk. And for 50 years, the front desk of EKO Hotel and Suites is the front desk of Lagos, and for many people who are experiencing this great city and country. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the summit, which is Emerging the Future of Culture in Africa's Hospitality, Tourism and Travel, could not have been more timely and could not have been more reflective of Lagos. Lagos, by a honest measure, is one of the greatest cities of Africa's world. We are the continent's most populous metropolis. We are the home of Nollywood. We are the home of Afrobeats. We are the home of fashion. And of course, everything that has to do with creativity. We are Africa's heartbeat, a sound that now fills stadiums from Atlanta to Amsterdam, that now moves from Johannesburg to Jakarta. We are the headquarters of Africa's banking, fintech, and creative enterprise, and we're increasingly becoming a destination by its own right. And like I said, EKO Hotel is always in that conversation. Our dirty December has already shown the world what is possible when music, food, our beaches, and our fashion have hospitality offering a work in concert. In the space of a few short weeks every year, our hotels are filled with capacity. Our airlines are fully stretched. Our creative economy hums, and of course I say that billions of naira flow into the economy of Lagos and Nigeria by extension. And so the question we need to ask is, together in this hall, like the ones that we see, how do we need to extend the energy across not just a small time, a small period, but how do we extend this energy for a total 12 months? Let it be clear that tourism is not just a soft sector. It is indeed a hard economic strategy, and we in Lagos continue to see it as such. It creates jobs that cannot be exported. It earns foreign exchange on a regular basis. It rewards every naira we invest in security, in infrastructure, in sanitation, and in arts. And it produces returns long after the buildings are paid for. That is why our administration have continued to invest very deliberately, I say, in the enablers of tourism, on our roads, on our bridges, on our airports, on our ferries, in safety, in security, and ensuring that the entertainment ecosystem can continue to carry that burden. Lagos State Transport Master Plan can continue to be part of our ecosystem on a daily basis. The Lagos-Lekki Deep Sea Port, the expansion of our rail network, the Red Line, the Blue Line, the development of our culture, our waterfront assets will continue to ensure that the tourism ecospace, is critical to us. And it's only in summit like this that all of that can come full circle and show the future tourism potentials of our great city. And so permit me to also add that public-private partnership is a model that we believe will continue to carry on. Government cannot provide it all. Government provides vision, it regulates, and it creates an enabling environment. But it's only the private sector, the creatives, world-class standards, the likes of EKO Hotel and Suites, and many others, are the clearest example of what partnership can produce when it's allowed to work properly. I'm particularly heartened and glad to see this summit framed within a deliberately pan-African vision. And so I see the presence of Professor Lumumba and Ambassador Wallace Williams, together with the invitation that you've given to my sister from all the way from Barbados, here represented, show signals of what is possible, of what we're all bringing together, of what a true Pan-African summit and conversation could truly be. From Lagos to Bridgetown, from Nairobi to Kingston, from Accra to Salvador in Bahia, the Africa is one single cultural economy. The traveler who arrives in Lagos must be able to feel and hear the continuity that we shared all around Africa. The African Continental Free Trade Area gives us a large framework. It opens our skies. It gives us time, and it gives us the air badge to be called Pan-African tourists. And I see EKO Hotel as an institution all around, working tirelessly to be part of that larger conversation. And for our hospitality and tourism practitioners that are gathered here today, permit me to leave you with 4 brief challenges. You need to train aggressively. Our greatest export is in the warmth and the excellence of our Nigerian welcome, Ekabo, Dalu, and all of the great things that we need to be able to continue to express. That cannot be left to chance. It's something that has to be in our DNA. We need to continually invest in our young people. The students that are in this room, the young professionals, they are the real future that we all see. And so, I believe that tourism in another 20 years will be and will be for them and around them. And I want to thank the sponsors that ensure that our young people are part of our conversation. We need to tell our story unapologetically. Africa has been described for too long by those who do not live or know anything about us. And so our hospitality regime and space creates and gives us opportunity, and we believe it's a very powerful platform for which soft diplomacy, the real African story, can truly really be said. We need collaboration from both the private sector and government. As a government, we want to say to you and assure you that our doors will open, because we cannot do it all by ourselves. We need the organized private sector. We need everybody for us to work collaboratively. And so as I end, permit me, for and on behalf of the good people and government of Lagos, to once again congratulate the board, the management, and everybody that has been part of the EKO Hotel story. Christopher, your people say they love you. Lagosians also love you. But what comes with it is that we want more work. Danny, we know that you get all the heat when it comes in here. We love you as well, but the heat will not stop because we want you to continue to raise the bar. Iyaduni, we know that you are a princess from Egbaland, but this is Lagos, and you continue to raise the bar of work and the great work that you do. I want to thank the entire EKO Hotel family. Thank you for choosing Lagos again and again. On behalf of the great people of Lagos, the young minds that are here, the students and all the practitioners that are here, thank you for the great work you're doing. It is now my pleasure that the African Legacy Summit 2026, with the theme Reimagining the Future of Culture and African Hospitality, duly formally opened. I want to thank you all very much for listening. Please, let's enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you very much.
EKO hotels and suites, where the light began. 50 years we ride.
Before there was a hotel, there was water. Atlantic to the south, lagoon to the west, creek to the north, swamp to the east. This was not just a site on a map. It was a question waiting to be answered. What does modern look like here, on this particular ground, under this particular sun? Long before Victoria Island became a symbol of prestige, diplomacy, and commerce, this land was already being imagined, not as borrowed modernity, not as imported ambition, but as something rooted in climate, culture, and the future Lagos would one day demand. And when EKO Hotel rose, it did not arrive as just another building. It arrived as a declaration that Lagos was ready, that Victoria Island was changing, and that Nigeria could build international standard hospitality on its own terms, on its own ground. What followed was not one structure, but an unfolding vision. Karamo Lodge came first, then the main hotel facing the Atlantic with confidence. Then, over the decades, the campus kept evolving. EKO Suites, the Expo Convention Center, EKO Signature, the towers, and the beach residences, each addition expanding the ambition of the last. This is what architecture becomes when it takes a long view. Not a frozen object, but a living answer to time, place, and possibility. Because what the land became is what it was always becoming. A campus that takes Lagos seriously. A cluster of buildings that believed in this city when belief required courage, and kept believing as the city rose to meet it. Ground, structure, sky. This is more than a hotel. This is evolution made visible.
In 1977, by the ocean side, a rising dream touched Lagos skies.
Thank you for still being here. What you have just seen is not a portfolio, it is philosophy. A belief that hospitality must do more than just welcome guests. It must experience and create the kinds of experiences that it wants to create. It must preserve culture. It must empower communities, and it must serve the future. For 50 years, EKO Hotels and Suites has chosen not to grow, but to lead with purpose. Because the true measure of any institution is not the buildings that it owns, but the lives that it touches. We're proud of what we've built, but most importantly, we're committed to what we will build next. And with the next generation watching, learning and rising, this legacy is not ending, it is expanding. Enjoy the rest of the day.
His Excellency, Ambassador, Brigadier General, Chief Dr. Wallace W. Williams is a distinguished Pan-Africanist, diplomat, and military leader whose career spans decades of service across Africa and the Caribbean. He has served as Consul General of Antigua and Barbuda to the Federal Republic of Nigeria since 2008, playing a pivotal role in strengthening diplomatic, economic, and cultural ties between Africa and the Caribbean diaspora. Highly decorated Brigadier General and Commandant-in-Chief of the National Interschool Brigade in Jamaica, he has received numerous military honors and international recognitions for his service, leadership, and contributions to global security and development. Beyond his military and diplomatic career, Ambassador Williams is a multidisciplinary professional, an accomplished construction engineer, economist, oil and gas consultant, and financial advisor, bringing a unique blend of technical expertise and strategic insight to development across sectors. He is also the founding chairman of several Pan-African initiatives, including Africacy and the African Development Goals Initiative, both dedicated to advancing African-led solutions in areas such as education, food security, and economic growth. Widely honored with international awards and traditional titles across Africa, he remains a passionate advocate for unity, youth empowerment, and sustainable development. His Excellency.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just before I invite Ambassador Wallace Williams to this podium, I would like to thank His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, host governor, for his special remarks, for welcoming all of us to Lagos State. His Excellency, as I told you earlier on, is the hospitality and tourism governor, and he struck all the right notes about the role of government, about culture as foreign policy, about culture as business development, economic development, that is the word that you use, and also the role that the private sector can play. And of course, this occasion, this 50th anniversary, is a tribute to the role of the private sector in contributing to development and also to GDP. But all of those details are part of the agenda for today. And apart from His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, we also have in our midst the Honorable Commissioner of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Tourism in Lagos State, who joined us at this program, Honorable Toke Benson. Honorable Toke Benson. Okay, she's here. I saw her coming in earlier on. And also the Director General of the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority, Dr. Ola Awakon, is also here. Dr. Awakon, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Now, at this point, you've listened to his introduction. A man of many parts, a man of many frontiers. He's an ambassador, he's a general, he's a doctor, he's an economist, he's a consultant, and he's someone who has written a lot on this subject of branding and Africa. And of course, we have also been told that culture is strategy. We've also heard that culture matters. There is a book by Samuel P. Otinton and also Lawrence E. Anderson titled Culture Matters, How Values Shape Human Progress. The main argument in that book is that culture makes the difference. And that is why we must take culture seriously. And then to help us prepare the foundation for all that conversation, parts of which the Governor of Lagos State has touched upon, is His Excellency, Brigadier General, Ambassador, Chief, should I continue, Economist, Consultant, Ambassador Wallace Williams, and is going to speak on Brand Africa, culture as the engine of global perception. Your Excellency, Ambassador Wallace Williams, please. Okay, sir. Your Excellency, please, before you take the podium, I'd like to ask you questions. Thank you. What would you like about Ambassador? And then you've been in this hotel, you are familiar with it. What do you enjoy most in EKO hotels and suites?
Right. So, first to begin, I love Lagos because I first came to Lagos in 1977. I'm the first resident of Festac. Then it was called Festac Village. I performed here as an artist and as a poet, as a singer-songwriter on Pan-Africanism, anti-apartheid in 1977. So Lagos became my first home in Africa. I remember stepping off the aircraft in the Ikeja, and the first thing I did was I went down and I kissed the earth, because for me it was a reconnection with Africa, and I reconnected since then. EKO Hotels also has the same history, because in 1977 we stayed, before we were moved to Festa, to both EKO, which was not EKO named at that time, and Federal Palace Hotel. And what I love about what I see now is the expansion of this, which has become a city within a city, and also the food, 9 restaurants. I mean, I can't get enough. And of course, I love Nigerian food because we have such similarities in the Caribbean, because the slaves took akara and we called it Accra in Trinidad. We have Kalaloo, which is your... And so when I came here, I was at home. So I couldn't get enough inside the hotel of what I wanted to eat. But what has really, really excited me is the edifices, the city within the city, the growth, because from 300 to 1,500 people here, it tells a story. It tells that the management, the owners believe in growth and development and have employed that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Wallace Williams.
Your Excellency, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, and the Mr. Tourism Governor of Hospitality and Tourism, something we love in the Caribbean, because we, as you know, you've been to Grenada. I'm partially Grenadian, by the way. You've been to Grenada and you see the hospitality and you see the love of our people, which are interconnected. You also don't know that I helped double and tripled your IGR under President Tinubu when I security printed all your revenue documents from Income Tax Clearance, Treasury Book 6, Treasury Book 6A. I am part of Lagos State in that respect. My fellow diplomats, captains of industry, the youth, my brother, Professor Pielo Lumumba, we work quite closely on Pan-African issues. I also now live in Kenya because of him and because of the work that we do, mentoring and putting forward Pan-African ideas to ensure that the continent goes in the direction that we want it to go. The Africa that we want, African solutions to African problems, Africans doing it for themselves, by themselves. That's our belief. And that is something that we have been working tirelessly, assiduously over the past 10 years. And of course, our great chairman, we were having some conversations before I start today, and you can see the passion and the belief he has in his family values, traditions, and the input that they have put into imbibing the culture of Africa in the hotel and the hotel's expansion. So without much further ado, I will do my topic. Distinguished guests, esteemed leaders, members of the diplomatic corps, business executives, innovators, creatives, young leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm greetings from the peoples of the Caribbean, from our brothers and sisters across the African diaspora, separated by the Atlantic, which is now from Nigeria, where we stand here today, the EKO Atlantic. It is both an honor and a key responsibility as a staunch Pan-Africanist and a believer in driving Africa's capabilities and opportunities to stand before you and today to speak on a subject that I will say sits at the heart of Africa's destiny. Brand Africa, culture as the engine of global perception. Engine of global perception, because Africa, Nigeria, and the rest of the continent has perceptions from the outside world. For far too long, Africa and Africa's image has been narrated away from Africa by outsiders than by the African ourselves. The world has often encountered Africa through the lens and the eyes of conflict, poverty, instability, disease, and dependency syndrome. Beggars because of lack of self-belief. Today is the day we are going to change and finally change that narrative. Those who truly know Africa understand that this continent is not a story of deficiency. It is a civilization of genius, resilience, creativity, spirituality, enterprise, and an immeasurable human wealth. Africa gave the world rhythm before the world understood music. Africa shaped civilization before many modern states existed. Africa's culture has influenced global fashion, cuisine, sports, language, spirituality, literature, and entertainment in ways that many cannot even behold or understand. And these are undeniable truths. Today, Africa and African music dominates global charts, from Feller's genius of Afrobeats and today's Afrobeat that is being handed over to the younger ones, whether it's Wizkid or Davido, to African fashion inspiring international runways. Africa's cuisine is also gaining global recognition. There's already a fight between jollof rice, Nigeria, and jollof rice, Ghana, Gambia, Senegal. And of course, I will chip in Trinidad's pilau, but we will get there. African storytelling is reshaping cinema and digital media and animation from Lagos to Accra, Kigali to Nairobi, Johannesburg to Addis Ababa. A new African creative confidence and African culture is emerging. But culture is not merely entertainment. Culture is economic power. Culture is diplomacy. And we have something in the diplomatic corps we call cultural diplomacy. And you use culture as an enhancing entry point into most countries, because culture is the first thing that people see and they love. So culture is identity. Culture is influence. The nations that shape global perception are often the nations that successfully export culture. Culture humanizes a people and brings those people intertwiningly together. It creates familiarity and homogeneity. Oga, how you doing now? You know, I love what you are wearing. You know, all these are the familiarity of culture speaking the language of culture as a means to promote the economies of these countries. So, if I was to say that culture is influence and that culture is diplomacy, the nations that shape global perception are often successfully exporting their culture. And long before investors arrive, culture arrives. Long before trade agreements are signed, music, art, language, and storytelling have already crossed borders. This is why Africa must stop underestimating the economic and strategic value of its cultural capital, literally worth $1 trillion and growing exponentially. The creative economy is worth trillions of dollars on the African continent, and I dare say even in Nigeria. I say that Nigeria has 36 countries. Why? It's not 36 states, because some of the GDP of some of the states, take Lagos alone, you know, is more than the GDP of many other African nation states. So you come and you use hub of Lagos and have expanded ecosystems. People will come to enjoy the culture of 36 countries for the price of one, just coming to Lagos State. So this is why I said that Africa must stop underestimating the economic and strategic value of its cultural capital. And the African creative economy has the potential to generate millions of jobs for young people across film, music, tourism, digital media, fashion, publishing, sports, animation, gaming, and cultural exports. But beyond economics, culture shapes psychology. It influences how Africans are themselves and how the world sees Africa. A continent that constantly consumes external, nameless, narratives. And I call them nameless because how other people see us, they provide names that don't exist for explaining how we behave as a people. A continent that constantly consumes external narratives eventually loses confidence in its own possibilities. Therefore, reclaiming the African narrative is not merely a branding exercise, it is an act of continental restoration. As a son of the Caribbean and of African descent from the diaspora, I deeply understand the emotional and historical connection between Africa and her descendants abroad. Our African spirit survived slavery. I'm a son of slavery. Colonialism. I'm also a son of colonialism. Exploitation. We've been exploited, as most of Africa is being exploited at the moment. And displacement. We were ripped from the continent and used to provide free labor. Reparations we are talking about now and we are working on together is to ensure that reparations are paid back to our people who were ripped apart from the continent and taken away for free labor. We need that money back, and we need it now. So, Africa and her descendants abroad, having survived all of this, despite centuries of separation, the drumbeat of Africa still echoes in our hearts, of the African peoples in the Caribbean, Latin America, Brazil, North America, the African Americans, and across the world. This is why Pan-Africanism and culture remains relevant. Pan-Africanism is not merely political rhetoric. It is the recognition that Africa's future prosperity, which require collaboration across borders, regions, languages, and the global African family. That's why we say, remove the borders. Prof and I, we are working on borderless Africa, no visas. This is something that must be done and will be done. That's why we say remove the borders, now remove the visas, and unleash the power that Africa has waiting to explode. We must build stronger cultural bridges between Africa, the continent, and the diaspora. We must express and encourage cultural exchanges, educational partnerships, tourism, trade, investment, and shared storytelling. And Nancy of Ghana comes to mind. The African diaspora is not separate from Africa's future. It is part of Africa's strategic advantage. However, branding Africa cannot succeed through slogans alone. We must also build institutions that reflect excellence. We must also strengthen governance, infrastructure, education, innovation, and regional integration. A strong brand must be supported by substance. The world must not only hear Africa's music, it must also trust Africa's markets for investment. The world must not only admire African creativity, it must also respect African institutions. The world must not only consume African culture, it must also invest in African culture and opportunity. Indeed, as we gather here today, we are specifically here to celebrate a remarkable African success story in hospitality. Hospitality, guts, risk-taking, and remarkable African success story in hospitality and enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you EKO homes, hotels, and when I say homes, I put that in purposefully because in EKO Hotel, you feel at home. So I will rebrand you EKO homes, hotels, and suites, Mr. Chairman. But first, I must congratulate the drivers of this remarkable summit. We are attending today because of a very special young lady and her team who reached out to me, and I'm normally very skeptical. When women call, you don't know what it's all about. So I was very suspicious. But here was a young woman with passion, consistently calling me night and day without fear of being rebuffed, and kept at it for almost a week with such passion and consistency, pestering me 24/7. I had no choice. You know what, we men, we are weak. I had no choice but to relent to Dr. Iya and her indomitable team that backed her. The chairman, the GM, Mr. Dani, the MD, Mr. Gassan, and of course, again, her visionary board and chairman, Christopher Shaguri. Together with her entire workaholic team, what a beautiful show of a united vision that came together to produce what we have today, a legacy summit. And here's the true story. Behind these beautiful people that made all this we are witnessing and experiencing here today possible, for 5 decades, EKO Hotels and Suites, and I'm saying EKO Hotels and Suites, but I'm going to put back in homes and hotels, right, that we are experiencing here today has stood tall as one of Africa's foremost indigenous hospitality brands. Define imitations, define limitations, and demonstrating the enduring can-do spirit of Nigeria and Africa. The Shaguri family, from Ambassadors Gilbert Shaguri and Ronald Shaguri, who are uncles to the amiable governor here, right? And of course, the father and the father figure, not only for his son, but for the rest of the EKO Hotel Homes and Suites family. They are outstanding, very outstanding. They believed, and Colleen, who believed in building an African brand that now stands out as a Nigerian icon. EKO Hotel Homes and Suites and its legacy reflects resilience, consistency, innovation, and the determination to build institutions capable of competing at global standards while remaining proudly African. At a time when many doubted whether African-owned brands could sustain long-term excellence and intelligent and international relevance, EKO Hotels, Homes and Suites emerged as a flagship of confidence, service, and African enterprise. Today, it stands not only as a symbol of Nigerian success, but also as an inspiration for Nigeria and Africa and the wider world. Its story reminds us that Africa possesses the talent, vision, and leadership necessary to build institutions that endure across generations. When Africans invest in Africa with excellence and conviction, the results can reshape global perception. And on investment, the tropical Christmas wonderland is a notable example of what EKO Hotels and Suites has committed to year in, year out. I wish I was here last year. I heard that it was totally locked down, and I was not here. Why? I'm going to make sure that this year I am going to be part of Dirty December. Boldly investing and redefining Christmas and festive entertainment in Africa through an African tale of Christmas. Yes, we must have an African tale of Christmas. We cannot continue to be Santa Claus in Norway, in Scandinavia, where he came from. We have our own African tales of Christmas, you know, eating the jollof rice, the suya, the chicken, you know, those are part of it. Notice that that is the thing that has attracted me. We Caribbean people love to eat, and love to eat very well. I think it's a layover from West Africa. And now, the whole world is talking about the outstanding Dirty December and how ingenious it is, and how it is transforming the festival experience on the continent. Now, in the year 2026, I will experience it with my family and proudly tell the world about it, because I have now committed to being an official ambassador for the EKO Hotels, Homes, and Suites brand. This is why organizations that I represent and provide leadership for, as their chairman, the African International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Global Center for Innovative Leadership, and the African Continental Association of SMEs remain committed to advancing trade, enterprise, entrepreneurship, industrialization, youth mentorship, and continental collaboration. Africa's greatest resource is not merely gold, oil, cobalt, lithium, or land. Africa's greatest resource is its people. And I will just close by saying specifically our youth, who represent 75% of Africa's current population. A confident generation of Africans who embrace their identity while competing globally will define the true future of this continent. To the young people here today, I say, never allow the world to convince you that Africa is behind history, that Africa is not behind history, and that Africa that you're entering is not a new chapter of making history. It is. Like this brand did, your ideas matter. Your voice matters. Your innovation matters. Your culture matters. Africa does not need imitation to succeed. Africa needs confidence, coordinations, systems to last, and this is exactly what EKO Hotel, Homes and Suites has done. They've built in systems to last, and courageous leadership, like you see from the Shaguri family, and the people who they are training to be leaders of the future, the youths here, and their own staff. Like those here that saw the vision and dared to lead and take the risks. The future belongs to nations and continents that control their narrative. Let's control our narrative. Protect their identity. Let's protect our identity and our culture. And Africa's time is not coming. Let's innovate fearlessly. Africa's time is now. Thank you, and may God bless Nigeria, Africa, and the African diaspora. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Wallace Williams. You all agree with me that that was a very exciting conversation, ranging from, I heard from him, culture as psychology. And I think that's a very interesting concept. And that the story of Africa must have substance, and there's a lot of substance, and respect for African institutions, and the world having to invest in African opportunity, and how EKO Hotel has a very successful story in its 50 years, promoting authenticity and service, human-centric experience that is rooted in empathy, care, and authenticity. And then the management of diverse staff, guest experience, brand distinction, sustainability. And in that regard, he talked about a concept that is very important to every business. He called it intergeneration sustainability or something like that. But the simple English for that is succession planning. And I think that the future of every business is also about succession planning. And he says EKO Hotels and Suites is an excellent example in that regard. And he talks about the youths, the young people of Africa. We have a youthful population in Africa largely. But I'm sure the paper will be available for all of us to take home. And probably at the end of all this experience, EKO Hotels and Suites will move also into the business of a book publication and provide us a book that all of us can study and keep it on our shelves and read. Now, very quickly, we're going to go into the sessions. And the first session is culture as the foundation of tourism. We have a panel that is here, and I'll just quickly invite the panelists and then hand over the microphone to Ayodele Adio. First, I would like to invite the Honorable Commissioner for Arts, Culture and Tourism of Lagos State, Honorable Toke Benson. Okay, that's Honorable Toke Benson there. And also to join her is Chike Ogea. Mr. Chike Ogea is Managing Director of McFoley Hospitality. He is also a chief from the Asaba Kingdom. So you see, we have the keynote speaker is also a chief. Mr. Chike Ogea used to be Commissioner for Information, Delta State, and he's also, should I describe him as a part-time journalist? Because when he has time, he sits down with me on my Sunday television program, This Day Live, the Sunday talk show on Arise News. So this is familiar territory for him, particularly now that it's MD McFoley Hospitality. Let me also bring to the stage Mr. Ikechi Uko. Mr. Ikechi Uko is a travel tourism expert, and you all know him with the Aquaba program. Good to see you. And then, of course, we have Ms. Omoluabi Davis. Ms. Omoluabi Davis is Regional Integration Coordinator, Nigeria Country Development, Africa Development Bank. She's from African Development Bank. And then, of course, our host in-house, the General Manager of EKO Hotels and Stews, Mr. Danny Kyoproglu. Okay. So the subject this panel will address is culture as a foundation of tourism, as I invite Ayodele Adio back to the stage as moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Abati, for the very kind introduction. Let me start by taking it up from the last of one of the most impactful words from the ambassador who delivered such a powerful keynote address, where he opined that culture is diplomacy. And I'm hoping that at the end of this panel conversation, we're also likely to arrive at the commonality that culture is Africa's most underpriced asset and possibly its most valuable export. Thank you all for joining this panel. Honored to be moderating such a distinguished panel with, intellectuals and well-traveled individuals. So I'll start the conversation with Mr. Chike Ogea. And you've served at the highest levels of government and also in the private sector. And I'd like to ask how African cities can intentionally convert their cultural identity into sustainable tourism economy rather than just merely cultural events.
Well, thank you. All protocols observed. The truth is that where we are now is a perfect example of what you just spoke about. What EKO Hotels and Tourism has been able to do over the years is to bring a truly African brand and turn it into an international one. For those of us that came in later on in the evolution of things, when we start having massive international hotel brands. In our case, we brought in the Marriott International, which is the Lagos Marriott Hotel in Ikeja, which is our hotel. And basically, those kind of international brands have their international codes of how they do their things. But what you find in EKO Hotel is a situation of where we have brought a truly African and Nigerian culture into the things they are doing, and we have put it, and we have made it international as well. That, I think, is a massive fusion, and I think it's a great way to go. And even the international brands, you know, the Sheratons, the Ritz-Carltons, you know, all these other ones, Radissons and all of that, they are coming up with those kind of culture as well. They are realizing that culture is indeed the soul of the place. So just having an international brand, what is that? Yes, you check in, you get into the airport, they meet you at the front desk, they extend all the usual courtesies. But you now find out that to truly make meaning of this is where the aspect of the culture comes in. And that's how you do with your food, you know, your pop culture, everything that we've been doing, and which obviously EKO Hotel has perfected over the years, if you ask me.
I mean, just a quick follow-up. I'd just like you to buttress on what institutional changes you would like to see or could happen to see that culture-driven tourism creates more sustainable jobs and perhaps, you know, boost investor confidence, particularly in that sector, and obviously global competitiveness.
Well, thank God the governor is here, because this is really for government. And I think the greatest enablers for this is infrastructure and security. We can't make, you know, much progress without that. And like we said, Africa is blessed, Nigeria is blessed. We have great tourist sites. Yankari Games Reserve, Obudu Cattle Ranch, Ikokosi Warm Springs. These are all places, you know. A tourist can come in, check into the Marriott or check into EKO Hotel on a 1 week, you know, tourism spree. But how is it guaranteed that he will enjoy all these things in safety and in comfort? That is the big challenge. And I think, you know, we earlier on alluded that the governor here is a tourism, you know, focused and a tourism lover. His term is coming to an end, but I see him, you know, doing other things. Maybe he will become the Minister of Tourism, I don't know. And then he can help in really using, you know, that acumen he's brought and made Lagos so different. Like they said, you know, there are 36 cultures in Lagos because Lagos is a melting pot for all Nigerians. And the governor and his team, you know, in the Ministry of Tourism, his commissioner, I think they've done a great job. So I think looking at it really, okay, we are having challenges with our aviation sector now because these are all the enablers of tourism. You know, we have to sort that out. That's not for the governor. But security, infrastructure, electricity, we have to go green, you know, start looking for power mixes to be able to, you know, up our game in this business. And like I said, but if you ask me, I think the greatest is security. We need to get that right.
Fantastic points. And since you touched on government, I think it's a good place to bring the Honorable Commissioner into the conversation here. Lagos is recently positioning itself as a global cultural hub. And I think the question over the top of my head, firstly, is how you are trying to preserve the cultural heritages of Lagos while at the same time trying to commercialize tourism for a global audience. What specifically are you doing to preserve that cultural heritage and find that balance between modernity and promoting the culture in Lagos? I know that you brought back the Fantique Carnival with all of its colors. You know, you're setting up a film village, if I recall, in Lagos. But how are you preserving the local cultural context in Lagos whilst commercializing tourism?
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, thank you for having me here. Mr. Governor, thank you for being part of this. To the greater audience, because they are the ones that we're addressing this morning. Lagos has been, like he says, the melting pot of Nigeria. It's the economic hub of Africa. It's the cultural hub of Africa. It is becoming destination of tourism, culture, and it is important that we maintain the heritage and the culture of Lagos. You mentioned that we are bringing all of those festivals. We're indeed trying to preserve the heritage, not just by bringing the festivals, because we know that without the culture, the people are without a background. The people are lost. So Lagos, being the melting pot, has its own peculiar idiosyncrasies. It has its own heritage. It has its own people. And it is getting lost in Lagos being the commercial nerve center and Lagos also being a mega city. So yes, we are reviving it and we're making sure that the world is listening to us. Afrobeat is here. Film is here. You mentioned that we're building a film city. Yes, we are. And I remember one of the speakers had spoken about the private sector participation. So we're doing that in collaboration with the private sector. We are building monuments all over our city so that when tourists come in here, they don't need the average Nigerian or the average Lagosian to take them around the city to know what it is. It's just pointing at those monuments, speaking to our heritage and our history. So we're trying to balance modernity with what we had in the past. So if you see a sculpture of Herbert Macaulay, it has an inscription there which tells the general audience that this is what he stood for, this is where he lived, he grew up here, and this is what he did. And so we're going to be beautifying, and not just beautifying, but monumenting our heritage within the city through these monuments at all our intersections. Our music, when we talk of our music speaks a great deal into what Lagos is all about. So we have those ambassadors who have also sprung out of Lagos, winning awards globally. It's making Lagos that destination that people look forward to coming to. I hate it when people speak about Dirty December, because we do not want Lagos to be known for Dirty December. We want all-year tourism in Lagos. Lagos is not, thank you. Lagos is not about December, it's about October. It's about the art world when we have the art festivals. It's about November when we have the fashion industry coming from the runways of the international audiences to Lagos to come and showcase what they have done. I've made it deliberate that wherever I appear, I have to appear in an outfit made by a Nigerian designer. And that's why I'm clad in two designers from Lagos, Nigeria. It is also very, very important that we maintain that heritage through our film. So we're supporting the film industry. We're doing a lot of grants. I say to a lot of audience when I speak to them that Lagos is indeed spending a lot of money in that sector. Last year when we gave our ministerial briefing, we had expended 8 billion naira towards grants, collaborations with industry practitioners. This year it is a whooping 14 billion, and I think that the governor deserves a round of applause. So in 24 months, Lagos State government has done collaborations and grants of 23 billion naira to that sector. We're not doing so much in the hospitality sector, apart from what Chike mentioned, which is security. I also want to let this audience know that Dirty December doesn't just happen in Nigeria or in Lagos because we all sit down on our oars and think that everything is okay. We have a security committee which was set up by the governor, which oversees nighttime, a 24-hour security service in Lagos during the December period. And so we're not just sitting as a government thinking that everything is going to go right. Last year, we disappointed our audience by not doing the Greater Lagos Fiesta, and I know that a lot of people were asking, why didn't we do this? Why didn't we? It became an anti-climax for us because there was a Wizkid show at the TBS on the 28th of December, and Mr. Governor had to walk into the audience. He actually walked on the streets of Onikon to get into that space, and he looked at the crowd and he said to the organizers, is this crowd a paid crowd or they actually paid for the concert? And the young man told him, oh, the minimum ticket here is probably about 150,000 naira. He looked around him, there was over 35,000 people in that audience, and he said, he called me 2 days after and he said, I think we're going to wind down this thing. I said, okay, Mr. Governor. I didn't ask, but I guess it was my inner spirit also agreeing with him. Because if we had had the Greater Lagos Fiesta last year or this year, January 31st to 1st of January 2026, we probably would have had a stampede. The whole world flew into Lagos to see our Afrobeat stars, and they had seen what we had done in the past few years in that space, and they were ready to be a part of it. So a lot of diaspora Nigerians came in. A lot of friends of our kids from the diaspora who are non-Africans also flew into the country, and they wanted to be a part of what we're doing. So in a nutshell, we have globalized tourism. We have globalized our culture. Last weekend, I came back from Florida. There we received an award for our John Randolph Center. It came as a big surprise to us. A young Nigerian man who lives in Dubai actually visited the John Randolph Center, which is for our heritage and culture. And he decided to put in for an award for that organization. It went through a vetting of over 300 people from various cities of the world. It was a theme park award, which was awarded to the John Randolph Center for a very specific area, which is in preserving of heritage. And that shows that the world is actually looking, the world is seeing what we are doing, and I think Lagos State government actually does deserve a round of applause for this.
I couldn't agree less. Before I take the conversation to Mr. Ikichuoko, I just wanted to quickly touch on something for 2 minutes before I moved on, because you touched on the fact that you didn't want Dirty December to just be a one-off event, because typically we treat tourism as an entertainment instead of an economic infrastructure. And I was going to ask you what kinds of investments that you are making in Lagos or plan to make to link tourism to significant GDP growth and perhaps boost foreign investment into the economy in Lagos State.
Thank you so much. So right now in Nigeria, I don't think we're tracking revenue from tourism. So it's very difficult to say how much growth it is given to the GDP, but I know it's very significant. We are upgrading our infrastructure. In Badagry right now, we're building our point of no return, which is also to rival points of no return in Ghana, in Senegal, in all the other places of Africa where the story is being told. So we're putting that infrastructure there. We're putting in a 4-star hotel also on the lagoon front in Badagry, which will complement that infrastructure. We're building this film city in Ejiri, which we're going to probably appeal to our filmmakers. They feel Ejiri is far away, but I believe that when you're making film, you're supposed to be going into a camp. And so it's going to help boost the livelihood of those people within that enclave. Ejiri is in Ekpe, the eastern part of Lagos. We're doing quite a lot in upgrading and renovation of our theaters. Our theaters were built for stage plays. And we realized that in Lagos, we have very minimal film houses. So we are upgrading through the good initiative of Mr. Governor, all our theaters in Lagos into cinemas. So it means that we're bringing cinemas to Ekpe, we're bringing cinemas to Badagry. I don't think there's any cinema in that environment from Festac all the way to Badagry. So Lagos State government is going to be opening a cinema in Badagry. We're bringing it to the John Randolph Center. Auntie Joke Silva is here. I just gave her the good news that her space also is going to be a cinema. We're rebuilding the theater which was born during the NSAS period in Okpebi, Lagos. It's also going to come with world-class infrastructure. It's going to have a theater. It's going to have a cinema space there. It's going to be world-class.
So we look forward to seeing all of those amazing things you've just talked about. Thank you. I'd like to take the conversation to Mr. Ikichuoko. You're one of the most traveled persons that I have ever met. You've been to most countries across Africa and perhaps across the world. I guess the first question that I'd like to ask you is, what would you say is one of the most biggest misconceptions about Africa's culture, from people outside looking in? and what we can do as a continent to reshape that narrative so that we can, in quote, boost our PR and attract a lot more visitors from across the world into our continent.
Thank you. Before I answer your question, I need to commend the governor for being here. I have accused her last year that the governor attends only entertainment events. That I don't see him at tourism places and things like that. She said, no, maybe he doesn't get invited like that, but seeing him here today, staying here to listen to us, Mr. Governor, thank you. I know she didn't tell you that. But that's very good. Lagos has been very good in what they have done in the past years. I promote Africa as a destination. I work with practically all the tourism boards in Africa, and I travel quite a lot. I'm actually supposed to be in Gambia today, but I had to cancel for EKO Hotel. Africa has a problem, and that problem is how the world has seen Africa. There's something they call developmental journalism. And when you listen to before social media came, you had to listen to BBC, you have to listen to all the old radio stations and TV stations, and they gave Africans an impression of other Africans. You should listen to the radio. Today we are discussing about female genital mutilation in Niger. So they'll spend 1 hour describing that. Next day we are discussing about the killing of twins in another country. Next day we are talking about the danger of being a hunchback in Malawi. The next day they talk about, so Africans saw other Africans through the light of what they heard. So if you were a Nigerian and you met a Kenyan, my first encounter in Kenya in 1998, somebody called me a money snake. You're a Nigerian, you guys love money. Then the next time they will tell you about corruption. So if you're a Ugandan, I believe you drink warangi all the day, so you're drunk. So we had these typical stereotypes of other Africans, and it was created by this developmental journalism that was being done on these international radio and TV stations. So the world saw Africa through that, Africans saw themselves through that, and today it is difficult to break down those barriers, to make Africans. When I started promoting Africa as a destination in 2003, 2004, I was laughed at. When I go to international travel expos and said, you know, Africans can travel within Africa. Nobody believed Africans can travel within Africa. But over 15 years, today, the largest number of tourists to most African countries come from their neighbors. Kenya from Uganda, Uganda from Kenya, South Africa from SADC, Ghana from Nigeria, and that has changed because some of us push that narrative. Social media has helped. TikTokers are all over promoting. The biggest promoters of Nigeria today, in the last 1 week, a Ugandan lady, Simbo Gladys, has been doing fantastic videos of Nigeria. Before then, a South Korean lady, Jin Sol, has done fantastic. iShow Speed didn't do much for us, but after him, Solo Traveler, the Beaded Traveler. So quite a lot of these stories are changing. But initially, the world saw Africa through this news channel. And all they saw was poverty, they saw hunger, they saw ancient practices. And I told somebody then, an AFP director, and I told him, he said, what do you have to sell about tourism in Nigeria? I said, culture. He said, oh, we are not interested in your tribal differences and those things, but what can I see for a destination? For him, he was looking for wildlife, he was looking for cruise, he was looking for things that Nigeria couldn't provide. But over the years, Lagos has given us an opportunity to show the world that we can be a destination without wildlife. We can be a destination without, boat cruises. We can be a destination that the world will want to participate and visit. I was part of the team when Ghana was starting with Year of Return, because I'm also involved in what they do there. And recently, Ghana, who led the whole diaspora return. He's looking at the figures Lagos got last year. EKO Hotel alone got close to 9 billion naira in December. And just from...
Mr. Danny is tweaking his eyes. Please don't get the tax.
That is just one hotel.
Yeah.
Just by participating. Madam might say she doesn't want the Dirty December thing. Madam, if you notice, I'm doing a Zoom on Dirty December because we want it established as the first tourism product that Nigeria has to offer the world. So we are beginning to tell our stories in our own words, and thanks to social media, the world is beginning to take notice. So the old narratives, it will drop, it will break down, and new ones will come up. But we have to be the ones pushing it.
So I get, better storytelling, better journalism that, talks about the beauty of Africa and the beauty of our culture. But, like you rightfully mentioned, you have been a big proponent of intra-Africa travel, wanting to move Africans within Africa. And two questions in one. Do you think culture can be a vehicle to make these kinds of travel happen within Africa? And what could be, a great catalyst to make that happen faster and in much larger proportions that it's already happening over the last 15 years, like you touched on?
Okay. When most countries want to come market tourism to African countries, they come with the template and the model that they use in European markets. They will show you water, they will show the wildlife, they will show, and Professor Lumumba is here and he can agree with me. Wildlife doesn't create the money for Kenya. The money for Kenya comes from Diani Beach, Mombasa. Egypt isn't the pyramids. It's the waters of Sharm el-Sheikh, the Nile, and the rest of them. These are just marketing things. Where the money comes from is the water environment. And now for the Gen Zs, the new demographics that are taking over, they are more interested in experiences. Things like the Carnival Calabar, the cosmopolitan things like Nyege Nyege in Uganda, things that are urban, things like in Ghana, Charlie Water, things that, bring them together. They will combine food, street art, fashion, and quite a lot of other things is what is moving the new set of travelers. And this is embedded in culture. So if you're giving me your travel video to promote your destination to Africans, and you're showing me those old templates of going to wait for a lion to make a kill and rest of them, I always tell my Kenyan friends, I'm always in Kenya. In Nigeria, we eat the animals. We don't watch them.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. So I'll come to Ms. Davies from the African Development Bank, because typically, and even from the bank's perspective, regional integration is always looked at in terms of trade and infrastructure. From your vantage point, how can culture and tourism become a strategic tool for driving, regional economic integration and perhaps regional economic growth within Africa?
Thank you very much. I bring you greetings from the African Development Bank and congratulations to EKO Hotel and Suites on this milestone. Tourism really is one of the most practical ways to drive regional integration. At the African Development Bank, this is why we focus very much on a few aspects of regional integration. There are 5 dimensions that we look at, but I'll focus on the first 2. The first one being the infrastructure connectivity. When you have a fragmented continent, you can't really move, and it's very difficult to encourage somebody from Uganda to come to Nigeria. The first thing they ask you, do I need a visa? How do I get there? So beyond the price of the ticket, let's talk in practical terms. Beyond the price of the ticket, there's an actual mental cost that happens very quickly. You look at the cost of getting to the destination, you consider the visa requirements, And so it's very important that if we must see tourism as a driver of integration and therefore as a driver of economic prosperity, we must put the policy reforms that we must fix those policy issues. And the first one is free movement. As of today, only 28% of African countries can travel amongst themselves visa-free. And the top 4 performers are Benin, the Gambia, where you were supposed to be, Benin, the Gambia, Rwanda, and Kenya very, very recently. Seychelles at some point was coming up. So with only about 5 countries giving you ease of travel without any visa, it reminds us that we actually need to do more for ourselves as Africans. And the biggest policy issue in that area is really the free movement protocol. We cannot travel freely amongst ourselves, and so how do we promote tourism amongst ourselves? That's number one. The second issue coming up across the state. And also we have, there's a lot of talk about even water transport and how to increase the safety and to boost the access for that. So there are lots of areas of investment, but we have to phase it out. We have to prioritize. And I think the branding is key. The second is the security. The third is the infrastructure to actually support that that influx. Once it hits November, some of us Lagos residents, we want to run away because we're thinking about the congestion. And so how do we balance that to make it still home for us who live here, but also very welcoming for those who are coming from out of the country?
Fantastic. I mean, talking about people who run away in November and December, I mean, Mr. Danny will speak to how they sort of reversed that narrative. And to speak broadly to that, sir, I want you to touch on how hotels can move beyond providing bed and breakfast into curating cultural experiences that becomes a magnet that pulls people from across the world to come spend good resources locally, you know, and obviously to revitalize the local economy. And you can touch on your experience with the Tropical Christmas Wonderland that you have been doing over the last close to a decade, you know, that has pulled guests from across the world. I'm talking tens of thousands of families to experience something unique.
I'm not a cynic, but I say that in anything, any endeavor that we take in life, particularly business endeavor, you have to follow the money. If the money is not there, any vision, any idea, any fantastic thing you have in your mind will never materialize. I want to give credit to Lagos State and the governor for what they have done in tourism, but the scales fell off their eyes when they started collecting consumption tax from the hotels. It was the first time that actually their eyes opened and realized the potential that this industry has. And since then, things started happening. EKO Hotel, when we started the our Christmas event, and also when the convention center started, when the Christmas concerts and all these things started, it was a vision, but we were following a need. We realized there was a need. There was money that was spent in Dubai, money that was spent in London, money that was spent in Houston, money that was spent in South Africa, and this money could be spent in Lagos. What did they have there that we could not provide? And that's how, as a hotel, we went beyond the bed and breakfast. The bed and breakfast is an easy solution for us, but also there is a limit. I remember, and I keep on telling this story, that 18th of December, the hotel was dying. Period. We were closing down. We had 10% occupancy, 15% occupancy. That's it. All of a sudden now, EKO Hotel is the busiest hotel in Nigeria. You know, Lagos is packed. Everything is fantastic because there was an opportunity for us to chase the money, to see what the money, where the money is, what can we do to get this money, and go beyond the bed and breakfast. And I think this is the idea. Whenever you have especially limited capacity, because you have so many rooms, you have so many meeting rooms, you cannot do anything. You have to start thinking creatively, how can I add value, how can I create more revenue for the company, and how can I make more profit if possible. And the same as it happens in EKO Hotel, the same should happen in the government, both local, I mean state government, and also the federal government. And in order for you to make money, that's another thing, you have to spend money. The cost of what we spend for the Christmas events is phenomenal. And I will not go into money. But I want to talk about money as well. When the budget of the Ministry of Culture, Tourism, Creative, I don't know what else it is, in federal, is $40 million a year, which the whole amount will not be realized by the ministry. This is an average Hollywood movie. Average Hollywood movie. How can you grow like that? So we have to put our money where we want to develop whatever we want to develop. And I think this is the main thing I want to keep on driving. You invest, you put money where your mouth is, and then you see the results. It's not you have funny ideas up in the air, you know, we have to do this, we have to do that. You can ask Ikechi. If he hadn't put his own money to Akwaba for the last 11 years, 11? 21 years, sorry. 21 years, you know, and trying, this thing would never move, would never grow, would never become a regional exhibition that wants to become also a continental exhibition. So, yeah.
So
what
money
was
is
the question,
king,
please?
So in just 1 minute before I go to the audiences for their questions, I mean, at the risk of giving out your trade secret, what opportunities are being left on the table from your vantage point today?
I would never say that.
Come on,
God
Mr.
forbid.
Danny.
This is called unique point of sale, you know.
Find a way to butter
No.
a debate, but what opportunities can people explore to grow the space?
Believe it or not, now we're thinking of collaborations, because when you have limitations in your space, limitations in your capacity, then you have to look for the people around you, not to see them as a competitor anymore, but as collaborator. And that is the same with the government. We know we cannot be seeing the government as an entity that is trying to stifle our operation. You know, we have to be partners. We have to grow this together. You know, the same for hotels, the same for travel agents, the same for tour operators, the same for airlines. I cannot believe that in my country, in Greece, Turkish Airlines, our enemies, they have code-sharing agreements with Aegean Airlines, the main airline in Greece. But in Nigeria, we cannot have a code-sharing agreement between Ethiopian Airline and Air Peace, for example. It is madness. Okay, I know you are going. I'm just trying to give an example of where we're going, because you're asking where we're going.
Yes.
You know, synergy.
Yes.
We have to see ways to collaborate, to work together, and to move forward.
Collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Danny. So I'll take a few questions from the audience, about 4 questions, one from here, one from here, one from here, and one from here. So if you have any question, just raise your hands. You can ask your question and you can direct it to any of the panelists. Okay, I can see one question from Dr. Banire. Yes, please. Just move the microphones around. So I'll take him first. I'll take you second. I'll take you, the lady. Could you just stand up so that I don't forget? Yeah. 3 and... Okay, you. Just keep standing. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Your Excellency, all Lord, I consider duly extended. My intervention is basically for Mrs. Davis from ADB. What is ADB doing about reviving air connectivity? You spoke about infrastructural connectivity, but I think it's the most challenging thing is to connect Africa, particularly by air. And I believe that it's only the private sector can do it successfully, particularly promoted by an institution such as your own. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to go on questions first? Okay, so let's take all the questions and they'll... Yeah. Can somebody take the microphone to him?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Yes, I'm so glad.
Sorry, 1 second.
To be,
sorry. Let her just finish.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is that, though you've touched some of the answers, but I want you to list it out for us, sir. How can we engage young people in preserving Nigeria culture through tourism? Yes, especially with young people, especially this generation. How can you engage us to contribute more in preserving Nigeria culture through tourism? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. You can go now.
Yes. Good morning. EKO Hotel, a big, congratulations. My question and a brief, contribution is that tourism should be seen as a big thing as we are treating it in this part of the world. I have a question directed to Ikechi Uko because you tweeted it. The wrong idea, perception, the picture that the global world in Europe and America has created about Africa, especially Nigeria. What could we do to educate international media organizations, CNN, Al Jazeera, BBC, about what they are promoting about Africa. A little or small space in Africa experiencing chaos, banditry, and the whole Nigeria is seen as being under the attack of, bandits. CNN, Al Jazeera, BBC promotes that all the time. And it hinders the advancement, development of
Thank you. I think
tourism in this part of the world.
question has been gotten.
Then another thing, please, I just want to push another there. Another there I want to push is that if you are promoting, tourism, we should endeavor to write books. Ukechiko, where is your book?
I'm sure he would answer that question. Thank you,
Great
sir. We have to go. I'm sorry, we have to go. I'll take the last question.
My name is Kainde Oluwafunsho, Panafest coordinator in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So take the last
Good
question.
afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel Ayangbile. All right, my question goes thus. A speaker said something related to what I'm saying now. Said,
sorry, who's asking the question? This was the last person.
Over here, sir.
Where?
Okay, now, someone said something like something without structure is impossibility, right? Now, we all know what to produce. We know what to produce. That is, we have the strategy already. Now, we are looking at how we can redefine tourism and how we can make it globalized. Now, I feel like we need to start from infrastructure. And the governor mentioned it earlier.
What's the question, please? Just go straight to the question.
Okay, the question is, how do we get started by investing in infrastructure as relating to tourism? And how can it benefit the young minds coming up? That's the question.
I guess Mr. Chike will take that question. And quickly, the final question.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Loretta Togono-Bikestet. I've been in the industry training young people for the past 25 years plus. I want to please ask, because in one question, I can ask or say everything that has been inspiring that we've heard today. But I want to ask, can EKO, is it possible to add, as Ambassador Wale said, that we have EKO, hotel school, plus homes, plus hotel per suite? Because in the next 50 years, all of us sitting here, investors, stakeholders, we all have talked about the youths and training. Who is going to help to build the next culture, delivery, etc. that we have talked about? Can EKO help to do that?
Okay,
Thank you.
I think Mr. Daniel will take that question. Thank you very much for all the questions, and I think you can take the answers.
Okay, thank you very much. So for the African Development Bank, we have our regional integration strategy focuses on 3 areas. The first one is connectivity, infrastructure connectivity. The second is trade and investment. The third is financial integration. So on the infrastructure connectivity, it cuts across, it's multimodal. It cuts across air, maritime, road, etc. Now on aviation, the bank has it's sort of twofold support. The first one is actual infrastructure. You might have seen last year we supported the Ethiopian Airlines with a big financing to scale up, to increase their operations, and that's probably one of the biggest transactions we've done in aviation in the last 10 years. So we do support, of course we have our scale and risk appetite, but we do have record of aviation support to the continent. And then on the policy side, we have been long-time advocates of the Single Africa Air Transport Market, SATM, and really this is a policy that aims to liberalize air travel in Africa. We're still behind on this agenda, but the African Development Bank is supporting the African Union to really drive this, because this is how we can reduce the cost of travel from one African continent to the other. And then finally, we issue a Africa Visa Openness Index report every year. We did our 10th edition last year, and that's where I cited that data point about 28% of intra-African travel being visa-free. And so that report is really how we support the aviation sector to say, look, if more countries open up, liberalize African travel, we can do much more for tourism and domestic travel, regional travel. So it's threefold. It's the hard infrastructure, it's the policy support, it's also the technical advisory. Thank you.
Okay, before I answer my question, let me help out. I'm also in the aviation space. And I want to say there are two things that will help Africa to interconnect itself. First thing is something called free freedom rights, which allows another country's airline to pick passengers in your country and go to a third destination. Ghana is driving free freedom as its own policy to create an aviation hub out of Accra. Africa needs more of free freedoms to allow African airlines to fly and connect that. That is part of, everybody is protecting his own air environment, so it's not really working. So that's the first thing. Fifth freedom needs to be established for African airlines. We'll make West Africa a domestic environment. We'll make Africa a domestic environment. The meeting I was supposed to attend in Gambia is about trying to help them create a free freedom environment out of Banjul. So the second thing is I encourage national carriers. They haven't done well, but I encourage it. Why? Most national carriers will do medium and long haul flights, which means they are going to fly between Lagos and Niger or their neighboring countries. So if you have like 30 national carriers in Africa, you will link the whole 54 African capitals to each other. Today, the biggest airline in Africa by number of seats carried is Ethiopian Airline. Second largest carrier is Turkish Airline. The third one will be Air France KLM. You have Qatar, you have Emirates. Before you start counting Kenya Airways, other African airlines, and Royal Air Maroc. So the international airlines dominate our environment, 80%, we do 20%. So most people will first fly out of Africa to come back to Africa. But if you have those fifth freedom agreements and you have those national regional carriers, we can actually interconnect, which Ethiopian Airline has done successfully with ASKY. And that's just to help what she has said. Now to answer his question about what we can do with international big stations. If you check CNN, most of the programs that has to do with Africa are sponsored by Nigerian organizations. Zenith, Glow, Dangote, everything. So why are you giving your money without attaching PR goals to that particular project? So nobody will give you free money, but we are giving free money to these satellite stations. So if we are going to fund some of your programs, these are our talking points, the things we want to discuss on your channels. And these are the people, the things we want to be seen on your channels. And because they want our money, they have to help us reach our goals. Because to make more money, we need positive ideas. We need positive imageries. So for all the African countries that are spending money on these TV channels, they are asking nothing in return. If I was running their coordination, I would ask for something in return. But the absence is what Danny has said. There is no integration between the Nigerian national PR goal and all of these things. Our tourism project has to be tied to our national image, has to be tied to how we engage people. It's a whole strategy, but today we are not playing there. I see smaller countries like Rwanda doing excellently well, but as at now, we are not in that WhatsApp group. Thank you. And the last question about the book. Everybody wants a book. It's going to come in different parts and in different parts of my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chike?
Yes. If I recall, I think you want me to answer the question from the young person from about how we can get young people interested in culture. Well, it's a cross-cutting issue, and Danny has spoken to it, the lady from ADB, and as well as Ikechi. The truth is that we came to the party a bit late. Before now, we had our eyes on other things. But the truth is that it is clear that this is the time for culture, this is the time for the arts, this is the time for the museum, this is the time for tourism, and this is the time for hospitality. I remember when it was the World Cup in South Africa, the cliche they used, I think it was Kenako or something, meant it is time. And the truth is, like I said earlier on, going forward, with the kind of minds like the governor of Lagos State, having to get into the federal arrangement, I assume that we will start seeing real deliberate policies that would appeal to our youth. We all said it, our youth is 70% of our population in Africa, in Nigeria now, and that is the greatest, there's nothing better than that. With that kind of energy, you will move mountains. So if we are deliberate, if we are consistent about the new policies we want to make around tourism, we already have all the ingredients there, whether it's our food culture, whether it's our Afro, the entertainment world, everything else going on is all there. It is now to put a deliberate policy around it and then get our youths involved, and I swear it will take off.
Thank you, Mr. JK. We have 1 minute left, so I'll just split it 30 seconds each so that we can wrap up.
I'm just going to add to the young lady. In my head, I'm thinking tour guiding is one of the areas where our young people need to get involved. And it means a lot of education, getting to know your environment, getting to know what everything stands for, and then make that a hobby and a livable income thing. Lagos State government has invested in a lot of training end-to-end in the film industry. I think you also want to look into that. You could be producers, everything in that value chain. Also, our festivals. A lot of festivals have taken place in Lagos recently. They're your festival, the Boat Regatta, the Arts Week, the Fashion Week, the E1 series. All were fueled by young people. And so you might want to look into any of those professions around that. Hostessing, costume making. Fanti was done solely by the people of Lagos Island, sewing those costumes and putting everything up. It was done same way. So the commerce that actually happened within the communities is actually huge. So those are small areas that you can also look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Talking about training and how Eco Hotel can collaborate, I want to say a couple of things about Eco Hotel. And sorry, we're not banging our drum, but we never advocate something that we are not doing ourselves. So we have developed what we call a human capital development department, where we're doing a lot of training, we're doing a lot of investment on our people in order for us to make our environment better and also impact knowledge and impact capacity to our people. So, of course, Eco Hotel will not solve the world's problems. However, we can be an example if you want. We can advise, we can consult, we can do things like that. One of the major problems that we have in this industry and in a lot of other industries is that people reach a glass ceiling because of lack of knowledge and because of lack of capacity. This has to stop and this has to change. Okay? People have to be able to have the capacity, the knowledge, the understanding of their industry they operate in, so that they can go to positions of managing directors, of general managers, of operation managers, without any fear of comparison with anybody else. But this requires significant investment and requires significant seriousness from both the side of the educational system and also the side of the private sector when they're doing the training and when they're developing people.
A fabulous place to draw the curtain on this conversation. It's been fascinating, it's been illuminating, and I'd like to thank all the panelists for such a very rich and enriching conversation. Please put your hands together for them one more time. And thank you for your time. God bless you.
Your Excellency, they would love to show it to you. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show continues now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The summit continues now. Members of the press, please return to your positions. Members of the press, please return to your positions. The summit continues now. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Members of the press, return to your positions, please. Return to your positions, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, you need to vacate the stage area now, please. Vacate the stage area now, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's conduct ourselves in a civil manner and let's clear front of stage, please. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you.
Helele vannu nannanu helare doranu helele rani sanni munamo heyanano
Before the panel, before the policy, before the projections and the promises, there was a door opened in belief in a city that never promised patience, on a continent the world kept trying to explain to itself. For 50 years, footsteps translated culture, handshakes converted strangers, tables hosted meetings that never made it to the newspapers, but changed lives anyway. We were never empty of stories, just crowded with silence. And today we gather not to announce Africa, but to interpret her, because the location is geography, but hospitality is psychology. Long before statistics convince travelers, human warmth convinces memories. And we are not here to prove that Africa is rising. We're here because she never failed. Ah, yes. We are here because we never fell. Today, the past sits beside the future, and neither is confused. The question is no longer whether the world will come. The question is what it will understand when it does. Welcome to the conversation.
Environmental stewardship. Corporate social responsibility and environmental sustainability. EKO Hotels is a city within a city. It consumes water, power, materials, and like every major institution in a fast-growing city, it leaves an environmental footprint. But the question is not whether it impacts the environment. The question is, what does it do about that impact? At EKO Hotels, the answer is found in action. Single-use plastics are being eliminated. Waste is separated at source. Recyclables are processed through external partners. Organic waste is composted where possible. Energy use is monitored through smart systems, supported by solar installation, motion detectors, photocell lighting, keycard power controls, LED lighting, and modern heat pump systems. Water conservation remains a priority, with long-term plans for improved wastewater recycling and non-potable reuse. But EKO's responsibility goes beyond its walls. Through partnerships like the Green Fingers Wildlife Conservation Initiative, the hotel supports endangered species protection, beach cleanups, advocacy campaigns, Earth Day programs, climate events, and environmental education. Since 2019, the Green Life Children's Art Competition has helped introduce young people to recycling, eco-friendly living, and sustainability awareness. This is not perfection. It is progress. A commitment built through policy, training, systems, partnerships, and consistency. Because in Lagos, sustainability is not an add-on. It is survival. And for EKO Hotels, environmental responsibility is not just corporate social responsibility. It is a long-term promise to the land, the city, and the future.
Because leadership is not defined by how much we grow. It is defined by how responsibly we grow. If I may please ask a favor of all of us, can we please be seated, because we have a long day of impacting. At EKO Hotels and Suites, sustainability is not a trend. It is responsibility. And through deliberate action, reducing waste, reusing resources, and repurposing what others discard, and through partnerships like what we've invested in the Green Fingers Foundation, we have proved that growth and responsibility must move, but they must move together. This is not aspiration, this is action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our promise in motion. I please ask that we sit down, we take our seats. I know we want to take pictures, I know we're talking to people, but can we please take a seat? Because I'm about to bring on stage somebody who's extremely important, and I need your ears here. Thank you. Thank you very much as you honor us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our promise in motion. What an honor it is for me to welcome the astute, pristine, and absolutely stern captain of our ship. When he comes on stage, one of the things that you will notice is that his tie doesn't flicker. His suit is absolutely checkered. His shoes, his hair, you know, he almost oozes perfection in everything. But it's his leadership that is very, 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 very impactful. A man who's dedicated to his youth, who dedicated rather all of his youth, his brilliance, and his innate ability to drive this establishment to becoming so much more than just a hotel. He and I have a bond that is deep, because he's taught me a lot of things, a lot of things, especially that he doesn't budge if he wouldn't need to budge. And those are the kind of leaders that you need, the ones who don't always pamper you, but help you grow in ways that you can only but admire. Please, if your hands are not too tired, help me with a resounding applause for the Managing Director of EKO Hotels and Suites, Mr. Ghassan Fadol. Please, just watch his steps and tell me if I've just told you a lie. Watch his steps. Fine, absolutely fine, man. Absolutely. MD, you know, you and I know, MD.
Thank you.
You're making me emotional, but you and I know, MD.
Thank you,
I
Ian.
will let you have your speech.
Thank you very much indeed. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, colleagues and partners, all due protocols observed. I was supposed to start with good morning, now it's good afternoon. It's an honor for me to stand here before you. I have the privilege to have spent 30 years so far in this institution. In that time, I have seen this industry change cycle of growth, periods of uncertainty, shifts in customers' expectation, and more recently, a global growing interest in Africa as a destination. But I have also seen something else. I have seen how often we as an industry measure ourselves against external standards. How often we ask, how do we match what exists elsewhere. What we have not asked enough is, what do we have that the world cannot replicate? That question sits at the heart of this summit. As EKO Hotels marks 50 years nesting international standards with African hospitality, it would be easy for us to focus on scale, rooms, facilities, events, history, but longevity on its own is not an achievement. What matters is relevance, and relevance today is being redefined. Guests are no longer just looking for comfort or luxury. They are looking for meaning, connection, and experiences that feel rooted in place. This is where culture becomes critical, not as an add-on, but as the foundation. For us, this is not theoretical. It reflects a shift we have had to make. Over time, it became clear that hospitality is not just about service delivery. It's about understanding the environment we operate in and the role we play within it. Because hospitality does not exist in isolation. It sits within a community, draws from a culture, and has an impact, whether we acknowledge it or not. That is where corporate social responsibility becomes central. For us, CSR is not a department. It's a mindset. It shapes how we operate, how we engage, and how we contribute to the society around us. In practical terms, this means being deliberate about how we manage resources and reduce our environmental footprint. From recycling initiatives to reducing plastic usage and waste, we are increasingly aware that the future of hospitality must also be sustainable. Our responsibility also extends into partnerships that promote environmental awareness and conservation. Through our collaboration with the Green Fingers, we continue to support initiatives that protect wildlife and encourage a deeper appreciation of the natural environment. But CSR is not only about sustainability. It is also about building a nation with the custodians of its future. Our investment in the partnership between EKO Hotels and Suite and Key Academy that birthed Chessmaster goes beyond a sponsorship initiative. While it might be categorized as a CSR, it is also meant to encourage and develop the mindset of the children who are and will ultimately become the future leaders across every industry of the economy and the nation. Last year, through our Tropical Christmas initiatives, we introduced a charity program that created space for something simple but important: giving. It allowed our guests, staff, and partners to contribute to families within our communities. But what stood out was not just the donations, but the willingness of people to contribute and to participate. That experience reinforced something important. Hospitality is not just transactional. It is a human. It's a relationship. And when done right, it creates connection, not just with a place, but with people. This is where culture becomes more than expression. It becomes structure. It influences how we design experiences, how we tell stories, and how we define value. At EKO Hotels, this thinking is driving our evolution from operating as a hotel to functioning as a destination that reflects the energy of Lagos, creates experiences beyond accommodation, and contributes to a broader tourism ecosystem. But no institution can do this alone. If we are to fully unlock the potential of tourism in Africa, There has to be alignment between government, operators, airlines, and the creative economy. This is one of the reasons this summit matters. It's an opportunity to move beyond conversation and begin shaping practical frameworks that can strengthen how tourism works across the continent. Because one of our biggest challenges is not potential, it's coordination and collaboration. And importantly, it's an opportunity to shift how we think about culture. Culture is not just something to showcase. Culture is something to build around. It's a differentiator, an economic driver, a contributor to travel and tourism that could be a major part of GDP and, if properly structured, a foundation for long-term growth. For those of us who have been in this industry for decades, there is also a responsibility to create space for the next generation, not just through employment, but through exposure, participation, opportunity, and development. Because the future of African hospitality will not be built by legacy institutions alone. It will be shaped by those who are coming with new ideas and perspectives. Our role is to ensure that the systems they will inherit are stronger, more inclusive, and more intentional. As we mark 50 years, this is how we see the moment, not only as a celebration of the past, but as a point of transition, a shift in how we define success, a shift in how we engage with our environment, and a shift in how we contribute to the broader ecosystem. So as we begin this summit, my hope is that we remain grounded in reality, grounded in responsibility, grounded in our roots, in our history, in our heritage, and grounded in the understanding that what we are building requires intention. Because the future of hospitality in Africa will not be defined by how closely we resemble others. It will be defined by how clearly we understand ourselves and how effectively we build around that. Finally, as artificial intelligence and technology are evolving globally and exponentially, let us use AI and technology to improve on our performance, on anticipating the needs of our guests, on exceeding their expectations and giving them a memorable experience, while always remembering and never forgetting that we are humans serving humans. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Mr. Zephaniah Chinedu, Group Head of Corporate Communication at the Zenith Bank, representing Dr. Mrs. Nwapa, Executive Director of Zenith Bank. Please, with a round of applause.
Whew. If I didn't come here today, I would have regretted it so much. Let me start by saying good afternoon. EKO Hotel, congratulations on the great work you're doing. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause. This is truly phenomenal. I got to understand how this journey has been, and it makes me truly appreciate the great job you're doing. I bring you greetings from Zenith Bank. Today is an important day for us. We are attending the interview for Euromoney at 2 o'clock, and I am representing the management of the bank. The question that came to us to speak for 1 minute is, how would we as a bank operate differently if we understood tourism, creative industry, and the likes as long-term economic engine for Nigeria? That's such a big and huge topic to speak about in 1 minute, but I'll try.
last weekend, just to show you that this is a value chain that all of us have to work on. Last weekend, I landed at Jomo Kenyatta Airport on Saturday night. It was a totally transformed airport. Before now, 10, 15 years ago, if you traveled to Kenya, when you landed, you would pay $50 to obtain a visa. But this time around, you just landed to the warm embrace of a beautiful, well-renovated airport. Did I tell you I flew Kenyan Airways? I thank God that the managing director and chairman of APC is sitting in the room. Back to the question, what should we do if we saw tourism as long-term economic engine? I'll go back to my first sentence. It is for all of us. From the government, to the people, to policies, to everything that supports the idea that tourism contributes over 10% of GDP. Talking about hotels, the opportunity will keep growing. Look at our population. It's such a huge market. I read up statistics that is very interesting. Only 0.7% to 1,000 for accommodation in hotel rooms in Africa. No wonder why from December 1, you couldn't get a room in EKO Hotel. So, finance naturally follows opportunities. If banks see the sector as profitable, we don't even have to talk to banks. I'll then say that what we need to do is, from the government level, a properly clear, understandable strategy about tourism for the country, with multi-stakeholders knowing their roles and playing their parts, proper statistics that support the case we make, and you will see banks finance tourism. I am not saying that we are where we were supposed to be, but we see a lot of light at the end of the tunnel. And I end my story by saying that every mall I went to in Kenya, the music playing in the background is Afrobeats. I hear Nigerians sing. I see, you turn on the television, it's Nollywood, second largest movie platform in the world. The opportunities are enormous. We are ready as financial institution, and we will keep supporting. EKO Hotel, your partners, you've become great partners by my participating in this event. See you in December. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed here at the Africa Legacy Summit, we will at this time take remarks from one of our very own, the Chief Executive Officer of Air Peace. Please, with a round of applause, make welcome Mr. Allen Onyema.
Thank you. Oh, God. Your Excellencies here present, Your Royal Princess, the ever beautiful Erelu Fernandez, the MD of the iconic brand called EKO Hotel. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. Like my brother from one of the best banks that ever existed in Africa, Zenith Bank, said earlier, I'm very grateful to be here today. I must apologize for coming a little bit late because of taking a cue from what the MD said. He said when you're doing tourism, you have to relate it to your environment. There's no one, fix-it-all kind of system. It has to relate to the environment you operate on. So, like Erelu said to me, how about the fights? You do a lot of fights to survive here. So you have to relate everything to your background, to your environment. Tourism is one area that has not been tapped in Nigeria. We are so dependent on the oil. But I tell you, the Caribbean nations, my sister here Juliet can attest to that. They don't have oil. They depend on tourism for their dependence. I doubt if Singapore has oil, but it's one of the greatest economies in the world. Nigeria has been so dependent on oil. Oil has turned to, has become an albatross of a kind, it's like a cause for us. Because we neglected so many other opportunities this country would have keyed into. And we become so dependent on oil with all the consequences for such decisions. Talking about tourism, I have to applaud EKO Hotel for what it has been to this country. You are the best. If you don't have your occasions in the EKO Hotel, then you've not even started. You are the best. And I could see some others also coming up, like Delboro and the rest. They are doing very well. So it's one area that we really need to look into. There are that of hotel, there are that of infrastructure that will encourage tourism to happen. And hotels and tourism will never act in isolation. You need the airlines also to bring the people in. And taking a cue from what he said, I was listening to him when he said you have to adapt to your environment. Let me go down now to aviation. My brother talked about Kenya and the beautiful airport. You go to ordinary Togo, they have a hub. A former minister of this country took it upon himself to deride Nigerian Airlines, accusing Nigerian Airlines of not only having capacity, but at the same time, not making use of the Nigerian equidistance. The geographical location of this country is so blessed, so well placed, that you're 9 hours at most to everywhere. The best hub could have been Nigeria, not Addis Ababa. Not Addis Ababa. And we are being derided for not making use of this equidistance, whereby you can go to everywhere 6 hours or 9 hours. But the question is, how about the infrastructure for hub? Airlines don't create hubs. It's the airports that will create hubs. If you have the proper infrastructure in your airports, the airlines will play. The truth is, Airpeace flies about 10 African countries. We operate into 10 African countries. So one day, we decided to see how we can help our nation to create a hub out of this place. And we made the greatest mistake of our lives. Took passengers from Douala who we are going to just Dakar to pass through Lagos. When they get to Lagos, you needed to put them on another aircraft going to Dakar, one of our own too. When they got to Lagos, the immigration, the customs, they didn't understand what you were talking about. They must get visa. They will first of all clear you. You pass through immigration. You get visa, pay about $400 for visa to come into an African country. Meanwhile, you are in transit. You have no business coming into Nigeria. Just that you flew a Nigerian airline going to Dakar. You pass immigration. You pass customs. You pass quarantine. you pass COVID, you pass all manner of uniforms in our airport, even Boy Scout and the Girls Brigade. I'm sure they have forest guard there. So you pass all of them, you go out, then you go back upstairs to start doing another check-in. Tell me, if you are a foreigner, will you ever want to pass through Nigeria? The answer is no. Yet the airlines are the ones to be blamed. There's no hub infrastructure in any of these airports. So how do you want to encourage tourism? It is one area that has suffered a lot of neglect. Thank goodness this present government has decided to bring down the old Lagos airport and rebuild it to make hub infrastructure available there. Until that time comes in 2027, for now, it is still business as usual. AP's flies to London. You see people from all over West Africa wanting to use APs because it's affordable to go to London. But we don't have any infrastructure to bring them to transit through Nigeria's airport. You're indirectly killing the airline too. But customers, they don't see what the airlines go through. 2 weeks ago, in a space of 5 days, United Nigerian Airlines suffered 3 bird strikes. One bird strike could take out your aircraft for the rest of the year. It could even cause an air crash. APs alone had about 56 bird strikes last year. To 1.001 of bird strike. I mean, that equates to 1.001 bird strike every week, because you have 52 weeks in a year, and you had 56. Every bird strike comes with delays, comes with cancellations, depending on when it happens. Most times it happens during takeoff, very critical stage, or landing, another critical stage. We should all be thanking our stars and our God. There's never been an accident. But instead of us to be grateful as a nation to God Almighty for what He's doing, all we do is to take the social media and rant as much as we can. No airline controls bird strike. Remember, it was a bird strike that caused the accident in America, that made the aircraft fell off the skies and ditched into the Hudson River in New York. We have forgotten. Instead of giving credit to airlines that have been doing divine job given to them to do by God Almighty, saving lives in critical situations, all we do is take to the social media and rant and rant and rant in falsehood. I'm talking about what the MD said about your environment, adapting to your environment. Yes, we are adapting to it. But there's always also a limit of stupidity and foolishness. In as much as we continue to adapt, we also be mindful that some of our actions also may bring about some untold consequences at the end of the day. Thank God the airlines, of which I head as their vice president and leader, will never shortchange safety. No Nigerian airline will ever decide to dance to the tune of sentiments to shortchange safety. Nigerian airspace is one of the safest in the world because the kind of oversight the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority brings to bear on Nigerian airlines, you can never find that even in the first world. You can't. You have to be proud of what we do here. Let me tell you, the fact that APIS is going to London, it's not because any government said APIS go to London. Oh, Britain, APIS must come to London. No, government will do that. But you as an airline must pass the European audit. No airline in the whole of West Africa has that approval except APIS. So you can rant and rent the social media space, because there are so many people who have been paid or who have taken it upon themselves to damage a Nigerian entity that has helped this country more than any at trying times. But the aviation world is a small world. They know who is who. They know who is safe. They know who is practicing the real aviation. They are not perturbed. That is why our validation does not come from Nigeria. It comes from the whole world. This is the only airline in the whole of West Africa that can do commercial operations into Europe. No other. Because of where they know. This is the only airline in the whole of West Africa that has gotten IOSA certification for safety 6 consecutive times non-stop. No other. No other. So we must begin to be proud of our own in this country. We are proud of what EKO Hotel has done. I'm not saying that everything is uhuru, everything. No, constructive criticism is allowed. But deliberate falsehood is sinful. The Israeli aerospace is the toughest aerospace in the whole world. Count and see how many airlines go into Israel. It's the toughest. For you to pass to go into Israel as an airline, commercial airline, you have to be through the skin of your teeth. But APIS, in the last 60 years, is the only airline that is authorized to go into Tel Aviv as a commercial airline now. And we are doing that. Don't forget that I have flight phobia. It's laughable. I have flight phobia, yes. I'm afraid of flying. And that is why we decided that we must do the best thing to ensure safety so I'll be able to fly. But it's not about APIS. It's about other Nigerian airlines. They need your support. These airlines are operating in a very coastal environment. We cannot talk about increasing tourism and supporting tourism by demeaning our own, by not appreciating our own. When you continue promoting foreign entities that do not bring any opportunity to you here, you're not being patriotic. I want you to be able to go out there and tell the world that, look, come to Nigeria. When you come to EKO Hotel, you sit there and look at the seas and see everything. You come to EKO Hotel, do this, do that. We are demeaning ourselves in this country. A country of 378 ethnic nationalities. We see ourselves only from our tribe. I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba, I'm Hausa, I'm Fulani, I'm Ibira, I'm Igala. Even now, I'm naming them. Some others I have not named might even be angry that I didn't call their own. But we have 378 ethnic nationalities. This is supposed to be our strength and not our albatross. It's not supposed to be a curse. And I encourage the young ones to forget the vestiges of the past. We, our fathers, taught us hate along ethnic lines. See yourselves as people from one God. This country is so blessed by giving us these ethnicities. We should harness it. We should harness it. When you talk about tourism, that is even the beginning of tourism. Our 378 cultures, we should sell it. When I go to the palaces of the emirs in the north, my prayer is always, God, we should not allow modernity destroy this culture. If we know what we are doing, those palaces should be turned to tourist centers, so that foreigners will come and see how the emirs administer traditional justice and pay for it. Look at the Joba. We are allowing tourism to go down. I thank the federal government of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu for doing this coastal road. It will increase tourism at the end of the day. You can criticize that for all you can, I don't hero worship anybody, but I've been talking about having a coastal road along from the southwest to the south-south. That will open tourism. Remember, some countries depend on their seas alone. And here we have a sprawling geography of seas and sea view, and we're not making use of it. So let all of us support the opening up of that coastal avenue. It will help tourism at the end of the day. I don't want to take your time. I learned from Danny that I'll be speaking tomorrow. They say I should go on. So before I take my exit, please, I want you to love your country, love yourselves, love our nation. We are one, irrespective of the tongue we speak or the tribe we are known for. We are Nigeria. God bless my country. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen Oyema, a great partner, a patriot, and a good friend and supporter of the EKO Hotels and Suites vision. And also, of course, we want to thank the gentleman, Mr. Chinedu, who came from Zenith Bank. He is a group head, corporate communications at Zenith Bank. And then, of course, we listened earlier to the managing director of EKO Hotels and Suites, Mr. Fado. Now, very quickly, before we go to the next session, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives and Trade Investment of Lagos State, Honorable Folashade Ambrose Medubem. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. We also have with us, I saw him, I think he's coming from somewhere in Asia or wherever, but he's also a very good friend of the house. Former Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development and the Chairman of a real estate company, Prince Aremo Adeshegun Uniru. You are welcome, sir. I saw Dr. Muiz Barnire, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, earlier on. I hope he's still with us. And also a Nollywood icon, Miss Joke Siva Jacobs. Now, we'll go to the second panel, which is investing in authentic African experiences. So, we can't talk about hospitality without talking about authenticity. And this particular panel is very special to me. You will see why in a moment. But I would like to start off by inviting the panelists to this side of the hall. Let's start with Managing Director, Nigerian Breweries, Mrs. Sarah Aga. Mrs. Sarah Aga, Managing Director, Nigerian Breweries. Is she in the hall? Okay, she's on her way, okay. And then let me also invite quickly. Oh, she's the Marketing Director, I'm told. Okay, Marketing Director, Nigerian Breweries. She's here. Please, a round of applause for her. And then we also have Mr. Ahmed Busov, who is also from Nigerian Breweries. Mr. Ahmed Busov from Nigerian Breweries. Oh, okay, he's here. Thank you. Excuse me?
Royal Air Moroccan Airlines.
Royal Royal Air Maroc, not Nigerian Breweries. Okay, he's from Royal Air Maroc. You see, EKO Hotels and Suites, they have many partners. And then last but not the least, let me invite Ms. Ola Wright, Chief Executive Officer, West African Tourism Organization. Ms. Ola Wright. Okay, she's here. And then, of course, now it's to invite the moderator. Now, the moderator for this panel bears the same name with me. And that's because she's my wife. And you know, I'll tell you something. Today is our wedding anniversary. But we decided that, I mean, because she is a partner with EKO, that it's better we suspend all celebrations and we come here to be part of this anniversary, which is also very special to us. She's a brilliant woman. She's very smart. Why are you laughing? She is very supportive, and she's my wife. Kike Lomo Atondawo Abati.
Many thanks, Dr. Ruben Abati, for that introduction. Our national icon here, but my own personal treasure. Thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you. Thank you. How best could we have spent our anniversary today, if not with EKO Hotel and Suites? Now, let's get straight to the issue at hand. First off, I think I would like to start with Ms. Sarah. And my first question to you, because I try to personalize the question because of our relationship. I say because of our relationship because I know that you work for a brand that has been in Nigeria for decades. A brand that Nigerians love because we can feel it and it represents Nigeria. So I know numerous and countless initiatives from your organizations, have gotten sponsorship, including me. I'm a benefactor of your organization for over 7 years, and also with many other, festivals that I know that Nigerian breweries, throw their weight on. But let me ask you directly, why do many African brands, include some of your competitors, spend so much money promoting foreign lifestyle? And the reason why I'm asking this is because, we are quick to want to be like other people without us actually owning our own content and brands, like music, like your fashion star right now, you're representing Lady Maker, and many other foreign parties and all of that. So I'd like you to throw a lot of light on that. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. But firstly, I'd like to say warm congratulations to our partners of many, many years, EKO Hotel and Suites. We share something very special with EKO Hotels. The biggest malt brand in this country, and dare I say actually Africa, Maltina brand from the House of Nigerian Breweries, is also going to be 50 years this year.
Very
true. So it's really, really super special. So we have a lot of great giants turning 50 this year. So I love your question very much, but I think it's important to expand it a bit more in the sense of African culture. We need to separate and make a distinction between what is native and what is shared. From my experience working with Heineken across different markets across Africa, I think a lot of FMCG companies do a big job of promoting African lifestyle and culture. And it's important to recognize the efforts that FMCG companies, but also many, many brands across the continent are doing to leapfrog Africa from just being a continent to actually the global stage. And I would like to talk about that referencing our own company, Nigerian Breweries. We've been operating in this country for 80 years now. And we've done a lot in the arts, right? We've also done a lot in fashion. We've done a lot in music. And this is because we recognize that the power of Africa going into the future is soft power. Today, our fashion is global. Today, as the corporate affairs director, I think, of Zenith Bank was saying, everywhere you go around the world, our music. So I think we also do ourselves a disservice when we say things like we're not supporting our lifestyle. I think actually, beyond any other time in the history of the world, Africa is for sure on the global stage, in the arts, in fashion, and in music. And I think we need to celebrate that a lot more. Thank you.
All right, many thanks for that insight. Let me come to you, Mr. Ahmed. You are in the business of moving people across borders. But here's the irony, because Africans still struggle with to move easily when it comes to visas, when it comes to flights being sometimes, if you pardon me to use the word, ridiculously expensive, and connections are limited. So I would like you to speak to the authenticity of African tourism, especially when it comes to the experiences that one should look out for globally if our Africans or ourselves can actually travel freely without all of these challenges in place.
Thank you so much for the question. Indeed, what you have said is absolutely true. Intra-African, as it has been also said by my colleagues and my friends, and Mr. EKO was, who is also, a very expert. I learned a lot from him, and who spoke also about this intra-connectivity between African countries that is very, low. It represents 20%, where in Europe represents 80%. So this is, something that we have, we Africans have to work on. The city pair connection is less than 19%, which is, a very low, number worldwide, and a lot of effort should be made on that. We are not going, to reinvent the wheel. There are, countries and other, global, if we can say, conglomerate that has worked on that and that has created, systems that works, and we can, take as an example of that the European Union, and they have a very unified, policy. Taxes are very low, and also the cost of doing business is also very low, which makes and gives the opportunity for other types, of airlines to thrive, low costs, etc., etc. These kinds, of business models cannot work now in Africa. And this also what increases the tariffs in general. And the airlines, as I wanted also to say, and that I put also on the quote, the airline industry, as also it has been explained by the chairman of RPIS, is not a really, I would say, margin or profit creating industry. It's more, an infrastructure, a bridge, than anything else. Why it is a bridge? Because you invest more than what you can expect. If I am, for example, an investor, I would never put my money, to be honest, in the airline industry. It is an infrastructure, but the total value that it creates is bigger than the investments made. And it also goes to the airport creation and development of hubs, as it has been also mentioned by my other colleagues in other panels and speeches. So those elements are what creates, the value in the industry, and we have, to encourage that. The second thing is that we Africans, we have to learn to work together. This is something that really, is missing in the landscape of industry. We have, to create also the narratives that, the colleagues also mentioned, a narrative that unify us. We should not, be seeing, each other as no, North Africa are different from West Africa, from South Africa. No, we are, we can, create a union. We have all, the same challenges. And we can, create a real, working block that can enhance the industry and enhance, the whole economy of our country, and puts also life of our youth better. We have, 70% of our population that is less, than 40 years old, that are, younger than, that are less than 40 years old. And we can, really consider that as a potential, as something that can push, things together. Now, how can we, make it? Also, this is part also of the question. We have to align our vision all together, and well, it's good to protect the interests. Each country protects, its interests, and it's fair, and we understand that. But we have to align and play and find, a common ground between all of us, because there is a lost potential in all, the collaborations between, African countries. For example, for Nigeria and Morocco, the potential of trade in general is $8 billion, whilst we are doing only $137 million. So we are less than, if we can say, around, I would say 10% of the potential that we can, reach. And we are also working as an airline and also as a stakeholder here in Nigeria to develop many things. So, for example, we have been sponsoring and supporting the Nigeria-Morocco Forum that holds every year. So this year has been, the 3rd edition of it. We have, also worked with other, groups, and that works, for example, that has worked very well during the AFCON. Just, during the AFCON, we have made the volumes that we used to do, for example, in a year from Nigeria. And now, for example, the Moroccan destination becomes one, of the favorite, destinations for Nigerians. And we work in order to make it, higher. And we work also with the embassy and the Foreign Affairs Ministry in order to ease this, the transportation and give, the visa obtention in general. So those are, are the elements that we are working on, and I think we are not even at 20% of the potential that we can reach. And we have, to work all together and, as I told you, create this common vision to move forward.
All right, many thanks for that insight right there. But I'm still staying with you, and it's based on collaboration, partnership, and of course with what you've shared thus far. I'm of the opinion that airlines are often seen as transportation. You know, you book a ticket, you fly from A to B, but I believe airlines can be so much more. You know, and with what you've shared thus far, I must ask you, how can airlines, like Royal Air Morocco, move beyond the transportation system to become more active partners with tourism and cultural development, and especially with the fact that you touched on youth, because I'm of the opinion that we must practice what we preach. I don't want this session to just be another talk shop. I want us to put so many things into practice and start seeing the change that we all wish for. So what is that joint marketing tourism boards that you're hoping that you can bring to fall in terms of package cultural experiences? I think you should throw a lot of light on that. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. For example, from our side, we are sponsoring many cultural events. So we are the official transporter of Lagos Biennium. It's a biennial that is created by a young group of people that has been doing also their artistic researches in Europe, and I hope that he's here, Sir Fola Shunle, who is our partner Osho, who is our partner, and we work with him in order to promote this event that he has created with his friends. And now we are at the 6th edition, and we still have more a contract of at least 4 editions to support, and this doesn't apply only to Nigeria, it applies also into other West African countries. We are also the official transporter of Massa in Abidjan, of Dakar Jazz in Senegal, and and also Fest Paco in Burkina Faso. We are present and we support actively during those cultural, I would say, events. We have also sponsored this year Afrima Awards that has been held here in EKO Hotel, this fantastic place that is EKO Hotel, and we absolutely we want to give the credit to those kinds of infrastructure that makes also things important, as it has been also explained. You cannot do anything without the infrastructure, and we have to work on that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, maybe to build, because for me this is an important point.
Please.
Because transportation is hygienic. That is what they do. But actually what they do deliver is broader than transportation, right? You know, the airlines are a vehicle to experiences, to enhance life. So I think as an industry, they do a lot more. But I think there's a huge responsibility in terms of us as Nigerians also having the courage to curate special experiences that people will come to Nigeria to experience. And then the airline industry and obviously the hospitality industry becomes the vehicle to make that beautiful. Dirty December is one of it. It's super great. Like, it's a phenomenon that we have created, and it is something that all over the world people want to experience. Just last week, as a company, we brought the first air balloon to this country, and people came from all over this country to participate in that unique experience. So I think it's not only the airlines, I think the ecosystem of industry, of companies, of tourism, companies like EKO Hotel, we all have to come together to play a big role.
Many thanks, Ms. Sarah, for lending your voice on that issue.
I just want to add, on what Mrs. Has said regarding, the airlines. In Africa especially, when we have, road infrastructure that is very poor, we don't also have, this vision to develop this connectivity between countries, at least at the road level. So the airline industry and the aviation in general becomes an immediate solution to that, and it creates, this network that we are really, lacking in Africa. And as it has been also explained, it connects builders. The value of the real value of airlines generally, it is to connect elites between different countries to build together. And we are, so on that on the immediate level, and the airlines are playing this.
All right, thank you for that insight, Mr. Ahmed. So, Ms. Ola writes, you've heard the two panelists talk about Dirty December, collaboration, and how we can move transportation to another level by we taking ownership ourselves. So I must ask you now, because we have seen Nigerian music conquer the world. We have seen the likes of Burna Boy, Wizkid, Thames, Ashake, name it, the list is endless. So I believe that is another, cultural export at scale. But what are we still struggling about in terms of, export destination experiences? With your background, our national parks, our festivals, our heritage sites are still struggling. What's your take on this?
Thank you very much for that, and I echo a huge congratulations to EKO Hotels and Suites. Thanks for having me. We struggle in a lot of ways. First of all, I ask myself, what is authenticity? We all know it, but it definitely. So okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me, Stella? Can you hear me? Yeah. Now, let me just read this. Authenticity is the quality of being genuine, real, and true to your core values. We struggle in a lot of ways because, and we actually don't need to. We struggle because we try to be someone else. We try to do something else. We have everything possible. I've been around the world. We have a lot of things, and I say this proudly anyway. Africa generally, West Africa in particular, have every form of tourism that you could ever think of, including dark tourism, which is not really popular. However, we have everything. Why are we not known for our tourism assets? Because we try to be someone else. I think it was Chike that mentioned earlier that they came a bit late to the party. Africa has not come a bit late to the party in terms of tourism. We actually initiated tourism, and I'll get to that in a few moments. We have a lot of forms of tourism, but yet some of us might try to compete with the Caribbean, for example, where they have beach tourism, and the main tourism really is the beaches. And I dare to say that we have a lot more, mind you, sorry, Caribbean is part of Africa, so just to say that, but yes, we are. If you don't know, the Caribbean and the diaspora officially are the sixth region of Africa, and that has been, passed to law. And I'm sure Juliet, my sister here, will actually probably mention on that. So the Caribbean are our, brothers and sisters than they are Africa. So when we talk about Africa, we talk in at large. However, when we're talking about the sub-region, we try to compete with them. Caribbean have really carved, the market in promoting themselves and actually being leaders in beach tourism. We may have more beautiful beaches than them, but they've already carved that niche. So what do we have? What makes us special? We have our people. We have our culture. We have our landscapes. We have our natural resources. Those are, we can compete on any stage and win hands down. West Africa in particular is doing a lot better, and we're actually the leaders, I must say, in ecotourism. Why are we not looking into this? Because a lot of us, perceive ecotourism as being local, as being, in the bushes, in the villages, etc. I had a young man, not so young, but he come to me, I think some 13, 15 years ago, and said, "Ma'am, I just came back from Seychelles, and I went through this, results, and they have, beautiful, beautiful experiences around mangroves." He's from Badagry, and he said, "We have abundance of mangroves in Badagry. Let us do something." And we jumped on the wagon because I was like, this is fantastic. Those people make millions and billions around mangrove swarms. The same in Asia. They've carved out that market, but we have abundance of them. However, in Nigeria, we're cutting them down. Across West Africa, we cut them down to actually make firewoods. So we're killing, our profits. We're eating our seeds. So it is high time that we look, what do we have? We have our beautiful landscapes. No one can compete with us when it comes to beautiful greenery landscapes, like in West Africa. So why don't we, focus on that? So let us be authentic in our, our dealings. Let us not try to do or copy what other people do. If we copy, let's copy, the good stuff and actually try to better what we have, within us.
All right, many thanks for that. And I think this leads to my next question to Ms. Sarah, because when you hear her speak, in most of her submission, she was talking about how we can own our narrative and stop making it look as if it's local. So when we see more campaigns that celebrate local masquerades now, local masquerade festivals, a village market or a rural tourism experiences and the likes and all of that. How do we shift from just advertising to becoming true cultural storytellers with us using our own, materials, content, and so many other things that is at our fingertips without us not looking down at it? Thank you.
No, I think this is a great question, because you spoke about authenticity, and I think it's in storytelling and creating narratives, authenticity is a key ingredient, but also is the principle of relevance, right? As time and moments shift, there are things that also become more relevant and some become a bit less relevant. It doesn't mean that they are less true or they are looked down on. And I think for us as a country, this is also something we need to own and understand. As a brand builder, when you're building for multi-generational brands, you've got to put your feet and finger on the pulse. What is true, what is changing, and what will continue to be true. If I look at the Nigerian, and as I was speaking earlier, we've got to also accept there are things that will be native to us, but there are things that will be shared amongst culture. I'm wearing, something that is you can liken to a European trench coat, but it's made of ashoke, right? And so it's relevant, but it's a shared culture. And so, as a company, as an example, we've been promoting Nigerian culture for many, many years. As an example, with the most globally recognized brand, the Heineken brand, we've been with Lagos Fashion Week for 10 years out of 15. We've been with Ojodi Oba for as long as this company has been, because we understand that even though culture can change and evolve, the tenets of that culture still remains the same. We're at Lisabi Festival, we're at the Agungu festivals. We need to continue to celebrate this culture, but also have the courage to accept changes, because things that don't change die.
Many thanks for that. Things that don't change do die, really, and we are actually evolving so many other things. So it's left for us to actually decide which one works for us or which one also represents the brand. I think that's all I can take from your submission. Now coming to you, Mr. Ahmed. Earlier when you spoke about, how the aviation industry have changed, and of course, Ms. Sarah also lent her voice on that issue at hand. Let's connect it to organizations like EKO Hotel and Suites. I'm of the opinion that by now, there should be good synergy between the airlines and the hotels, but there's still a lot of challenges right there where people still struggle to connect both. What do you have to say to this quickly because of time?
nice work. The airline industry, I mean, let's talk about hospitality in general. We are linked together for sure. We are complementary to each other. And we, for example, in Morocco, we have also a lot of partnerships with hotels, with big international chains and everything. And it works, I mean, very, very well. And it is still developing. It's something that we are still, I mean, trying to integrate in order to have, if we can say, to give also to our clients a wide range, I mean, of options, and to complete also their experience from the transportation to the accommodation side. So generally we are working, I mean, together, but still for the airline industry, also with the upcoming of AI and of digital, I mean, transformation in general, many, I mean, businesses are going to be merged together, and I mean, this is not going to be an exception for travel and hospitality in general. So it's already there. We know, I mean, the big brands that are in place. We have also a very big player here in Nigeria, Wakana, for example, who is doing very good on this side, but we completely, we need more.
We truly need more, honestly. And this leads to my next question. I wish that there's another person here who can actually talk on banking in terms of investment. But I know that you have the background of marketing, and everything has to still do with balancing your sheet, so to speak. So this leads to my next question, since I want to touch on investments now. What's that one thing, Ms. Sarah, that you can actually recommend for fellow marketers or marketing directors across Africa to make authentic, African experiences more profitable, scalable reality, and not just a CSR checkbox? And the reason why I'm saying using the word CSR checkbox is the fact that many a times, these organizations just want to be seen as just doing a CSR work, not necessarily, impacting that world. It becomes a culture for them to just, put it out there and just. What's your take on this?
Well, my take is, first of all, you need courage and clarity of vision to dream about what you really want to do and make impact. And I want to use a case study. When I assumed this role about a year ago, we had the opportunity to participate celebrating women in the East. Because everybody knows there's the August meeting. If you're Igbo, as a woman, the August meeting is a special moment. But actually, it also comes with a lot of pressure for a lot of women, because they want to look a certain way, they want to do things in a certain way, and it comes with a lot of pressure. And we wanted to celebrate women and encourage them to be their best, but we knew we couldn't do it on our own. We had to speak to other partners. We had the brand to do it, Amstel, which encourages women and men to live their best lives, irrespective of everything that's happening around them. We reached out to Airpeace, and we said, look, we want to carry this message of be your best to all women and GUO who are traveling to the East. We also reached out to Zaron Cosmetics. We said, okay, we also want to encourage women to be their best. So Airpeace, transportation, Zaron Cosmetics, Amstel Malta, FMCG brand. The power of collaboration to make an impact in a moment where it actually matters. So my guidance to marketing directors, my peers, is have courage. Go beyond your borders. If we all collaborate together, we can do so much more together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And let me use this medium to actually, as in congratulate or say thank you to my premium sponsors. It's so weird that I have Nigerian breweries in the room, EKO Hotel and Suites, who are also celebrating their 50th anniversary today. And of course, I have the chairman founder of Airpeace. These are brands that have supported me since my reversion to media. And please help me give them a round of applause, please. Please, it's very important you clap for them so that when I return to them with my proposal, they will approve it next. All right, thank you for that. All right, Ms. Ola, right? My next question to you, this will be my last question before coming to the audience right now, is the fact that a lot has been said right now. How do we shift the narrative from us not ending the conversation here, but taking it to boardrooms, to many communities, and looking for how we can actually take that ownership to bring change to the tourism industry. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I think we need to work on our mindset. Okay. Oftentimes, there's a lot has been said on this panel, on the previous panel, but if we don't have the right mindset, nothing is going to be done. It will be yet another talk, etc. Let us know, if we make a conscious decision that this is what we're doing, we're going to work on this. Air Maroc, for example, I worked on bringing Air Maroc to Lagos and Accra. So I worked with Seda, Nigeria, etc. Now, they've actually supported cooperation and collaboration, etc. is very important. No man is an island. One person cannot, do, a thing, well, no matter how small or how big it is. So we need everyone. I always like using this analogy, everybody wants to build, and bake their own cake and actually let their own cake be the best and sell them. However, if we make a bigger cake, we all can have, a good slice of that cake, and everyone will be happy. We need to take a leave, from what is working, what has been working. However, when I thought about, the question sent to me and thought about, this topic, the core thing is that we need to have a mindset change, the shift. Thank you. I need to be able to go to Airpeace. Mr. Onyama actually mentioned about supporting our own, etc. However, we're actually celebrating everyone in here. I need to be able to go to Airpeace that flies to West Africa a lot, and a West African. However, if Air Maroc is supporting me and supporting our cause, that shouldn't understand. Am I making sense? I should be able to go freely to Airpeace, who are ours. Do you understand? Than going to Air Maroc. As we're talking right now, we have deals and all with Royal Air Maroc. But we need to actually make them, understand that what we're doing is authentic. We shouldn't shift it. It doesn't have to be a huge, brand, international brand. If we're doing something that is local, let us support that local. You mentioned about, the support that you get. That is a great thing. That is a brilliant thing. And that is what we need to actually see more of. So let us, have a mind shift, not thinking that, international brands or international, anything is better than ours, but looking inwards and actually making that conscious effort to make sure that we support ourselves.
All right, many thanks for that. Thank you so much, you three. Before I let you all go, let me come to the audience. If you have any questions for the panelists, please raise your hands. Okay, I can cite someone. I don't know if there's someone on the ground for, yeah. One. Is there any other one, please? I just need 3 people because of time. 2. I need someone from this
over
line.
Here, Mar.
All right.
Okay,
all right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oscar Chihurumnanya. I'm an actor, singer, dancer, and my core is musical theater. Speaking of authenticity, Maltina Dancehall was one of the beautiful family programs, dance shows all over the world, right? And it was very educative. A lot of dance artists learned from it and gave opportunity to travel abroad and hone their skills in dance. Why did Maltina Dancehall stop? Why did Nigerian breweries stop Maltina Dancehall?
That would be for Miss Sarah. All that. Where's the second person? Yeah, please go ahead.
I should go ahead, did you say?
Yes, please.
Yes. This question is for the General Manager of Air Maroc. I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Miss
Hello?
Sarah?
No.
Air Maroc, Mr. Ahmed.
Mr. Ahmed, this is a question for you. And I don't want to put you on the spot. I have been to Morocco for conferences, but a number of times I have had to decline flying Royal Air Maroc because the flights from Nigeria leave at 7 p.m. or 6 p.m. And if you're coming from the island, I had to wake up at 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. I don't understand. Oh, sorry. A.M. I don't understand why your flights are so early. It doesn't seem as if you want us to as your clients. A number of times I have had to decline flying Royal Air Maroc because the flight is so early. Can you redo the timetable? Am I the only one complaining about this? Please inform us.
All right,
about that
thank you. Message received. Who is the third person, please?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anolu Akpokebro.
One house, please, hold on. Okay. One house. Thank you. Go
Good
ahead.
afternoon, everybody. My name is Anolu Akpokebro, and I'm a public speaker and a girl child advocate. This question is to the business. Okay, to Miss Sarah. I have two questions, by the way. First of all, I love your dress. How can African countries preserve cultural authenticity while still commercializing tourism? The second one is, I love storytelling, and it's one very key message in any sector. Are we telling African stories through an African lens or through what tourists want to hear? Yeah.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ahmed, I think you should go first.
Definitely. I understand, the frustration, of the lady that has spoken. Regarding, the timing. For the timing, if it was up to me, we don't have the luxury, to be honest, to choose the slots. The slots depends on airports, and it is negotiated very difficultly with, the different countries we go to. So generally, we work with what we have. And as we have also, connecting flights to Europe and to the US in the morning as well, we have to connect them with the African, flights. And that's why, the Nigerian flights is very early in the morning. And we have also to connect it with the US flights that goes also early in the morning from Morocco, with the Nigerian, second flights here in Nigeria by 7 p.m. So it's a 12 hours difference in order to give, if we can say, two equivalent chances for people to travel from during the day, 2 times a day with a 12-hour shift, if we can say. And this is, why the timing is in the morning. But I totally understand you. It's not always comfortable, but still, I think, it's for me, for example, I prefer to go in the morning because I arrive, very early also. And I can spend the day where in my destination, especially if I go only to Morocco. And also if I go also to Europe, I can arrive by 3 or 2 or 4 in the afternoon. So it is, in overall, there are also pros and cons and everything. Also, there is no traffic early in the morning. You can only spend 20 minutes or 15 minutes to arrive at the airport. Also, the airport is not crowded. So there is always pros and cons, and I totally understand. But as I told you, we don't have really, the luxury to adapt for everybody. This is, how networks are built, unfortunately.
I hope he was able to actually answer your question. No. All right, it's beyond him. Thank you. All right, to Miss Sarah.
No, thank you. So first of all, I love the question on Multina Dancehall, and I get it.
Yes.
Not only Multina Dancehall, but also Gulda Ultimate Search, and yes. But I spoke earlier around in brand building, you've got to understand as a marketeer and as a brand builder, you've got to have your finger on the pulse, because relevance, right, is super important in brand building. So whilst we've done a lot, to support dance and the arts, actually the focus of Multina, right, in the next coming years is really to bridge the nourishment gap and the STEM gap in this country. Because we believe that, Multina is a multi-generational brand, and dance was quite focused on only, quite a niche group. So our focus for the Maltina brand in the coming years is really to address the nourishment gap, but also the STEM gap. I mean, I think 2 weeks ago we were even here partnering with EKO Hotel, you know, supporting children as they were learning and playing chess, and we brought to life the STEM experiment and why through learning science we can help children bridge the nourishment gap a bit more.
All right. I think we are running out of time right now, but the last speaker, the last person asked you a question. Can you remember?
The first one we had answered earlier actually was very similar to what
All right, we are running out of time. But before I let this panel go, let me bring you to speed regarding all that have been shared thus far. But going back to what the keynote speaker said earlier, that if African brands do not invest in African identity, who exactly are we building for? I think it's something we all need to go home with. But we've heard from the marketing department, the corporate sponsorship, cultural policies, you know, everything is clear right now that we have the stories, the talents, and of course the demand. What we need right now is the courage to invest in ourselves, take ownership, not as a side project, but also as a core strategy for us to bring that change that we are all seeking for. Again, I want to say many thanks to my brilliant panelists, Ms. Sarah, Mr. Ahmed, and of course, Ms. Ola, for all that you have shared thus far. Thank you so much to EKO Hotel and Suite for 50 years of excellence, and thank you all for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, just 60 seconds for the photographs and counting down. 60 seconds and counting down. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, if I would crave your indulgence to please take your seats. We still have so much more for you. If I can draw your attention up to the stage, I would like to bring up the Honorable Juliet Bino Sutherland, High Commissioner of Barbados to Ghana, representing the Prime Minister of Barbados, Honorable Mia Amor Motley. Please bring her up with a rousing round of applause.
Thank you so much. Queen Mother, Chairman, Managing Director, CEO of EKO Hotel, management of the hotel, especially in particular, Dr. Aya, our esteemed hostess for this activity. Leaders in the tourism and hospitality sector, creatives, investors, entrepreneurs, students, media ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, and may I say also, Ekaso Bobole. Permit me first to convey warm greetings on behalf of the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley. She expresses her deep regret that state obligations prevented her from being present today. And she asks that I not only convey her greetings, but her profound admiration for the vision behind the Africa Legacy Summit and for the remarkable journey of EKO Hotels, Hotel and Suites as it celebrates 50 years in African hospitality and tourism. EKO, Lagos, this is a remarkable achievement in a tough industry, Dr. Aya, and bears testimony to your innovation, service excellence, and resilience of the board management and staff. I have traveled the globe. I understand hospitality because I'm from Barbados. This is my second visit to Lagos and the second time I've stayed at EKO Hotels. And may I say, on each and every occasion, EKO has met and exceeded my expectations because you pay attention to details, and details matter. Thanks for giving Barbados an opportunity to share reflections at a summit dedicated to reimagining the future of culture in African hospitality and travel. This theme could not be more timely. Across Africa and the Caribbean, we are increasingly recognizing that culture is not on the margins to development. It is not peripheral. Culture is development. As you well know here in Nigeria, culture is the source from which identity, confidence, creativity, memory, and national pride all flow. The most valuable resource exported by Nigeria is not just your oil, but your culture. Prime Minister Motley is among a small number of heads of government who hold the culture portfolio as Prime Minister. She has therefore elevated culture in Barbados as statecraft, as economic strategy, linking culture to tourism, culture to reparatory justice, culture to Afro-descendant connection, and culture to national identity. She has often reminded us, in her words, culture is our heart, our history, and our hope. And nowhere is that more evident than in Barbados. But to understand Barbados, tourism is not new to Barbados. Barbados was regarded as the jewel of the crown in the British Empire during the 1700s. It was a favored retreat of the colonial elite. Barbados offered what a few places in the world at that time could. A favorable climate, a healing climate, breathtaking coastlines, and a sophisticated colonial society with all the inherent contradictions that accompanied enslavement and oppression of the majority, of people forcibly removed through the Niger Delta onto the shores of the Caribbean. Centuries later, that same allure of sun-kissed welcome was reshaped by the struggle for independence, and Barbados has evolved into something even greater. Barbados has now emerged as an award-winning global tourism destination, attracting discerning travelers from across the world. Barbados wins everything. Repeatedly recognized by the World Travel Awards as the world's leading island destination, the world's leading tourism board, the Caribbean's leading cultural destination, the Caribbean leading wedding destination. I know how Nigerians love weddings. And at the Ballerica Tourism Awards, named, this is important, the destination of the year for Africans and the African diaspora. Barbados has built an international reputation, not simply on sea and sand, but on excellence, authenticity, and culture. Tourism, therefore, amounts to 1/3 of our economy. But how did we achieve this? What is our story? What lessons are to be learned? Central to our success is an increasingly competitive global tourism market. In this market, we have begun to understand that we have to promote what is ours. We have promoted Barbados through our cuisine, our street food, through our world-renowned rum, talking about authenticity, our cricket. We have carefully preserved our heritage sites. We have elevated our soca music to Hollywood films. Our creative artists like Rihanna are our national heroes and ambassadors. And we have ensured that local communities remain an integral part of the tourism experience. We promote Barbados for its lifestyle. Our authenticity is curated. We encourage people with initiatives such as Dine with a Bajan. We encourage people to get into villages, into communities. You can find in Barbados at any time of the moment some of the richest, wealthiest people in the world sitting on the side of the road, experiencing our lifestyle, drinking coconuts, and just having what we call a lime. At the same time, we have carefully balanced tourism infrastructure with the rights of our citizens and ensuring that development does not come at the expense of national belonging. Our Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, once said in a forum, and I've never forgotten, culture is the foundation of our confidence, belonging, and national identity. Yet, this journey has not come without tensions and challenges for Barbados. For many years, Barbados preserved and celebrated much of its colonial past. We were often referred to as Little England. That history shaped our institutions, our architecture, our international image. But since 2018, our Prime Minister Mia Mottley's government has had a different image for Barbados, a different vision, and indeed the wider Caribbean. She's indicated we need to reshape the narrative. Her vision is no doubt shaped by the legacy of cultural doyen, her uncle Ilombe Mottley, the founder of Yoruba House in Barbados, which during the 1960s and 70s created a space where Africa, Nigeria, Yoruba culture was no longer viewed as distant history, but as living inheritance. Prime Minister Mottley now calls us in Africa and the Caribbean to boldly reclaim our Atlantic destiny. To look at the Atlantic not only as a site of separation and suffering through the Middle Passage, but also as a space of reconciliation, reconnection, and shared. And so, for Barbados, culture is no longer viewed simply through the lens of nostalgia. We are investing in spaces and institutions that honor our African ancestors, preserve memory, and reconnect people across borders and across generations. We are currently building a national monument to enslaved people built by African architects. We are designing a genealogy and ancestral research lab. And the first purpose-built National Cultural Performing Arts in Barbados, again built by African architects, has been launched in September 2025. My Prime Minister's vision reflects a deeper national philosophy for Barbados. That is, that culture must live, breathe, educate, and most importantly, economically empower people. Because when visitors come to Barbados today, we do not only simply want them to see our beaches, we want them to understand our story. We want Africans on the continent, here in Nigeria and your diaspora, to rediscover connections that slavery attempted to erase. We want young people like you sitting here in this room to see culture not as a relic of the past, not as just entertainment, but as opportunity. For Barbados, the future of tourism is therefore not transactional, it is transformational. But transformation driven by culture is never simple. It is where a nation's highest aspiration meets the rocky reality of a people's lived history, identity, ethnicity, class, and social memory. In Barbados, the development of tourism required us to confront psychological inherences born out of slavery and colonialism. For many, service in the hospitality sector was too easily associated with servitude. Hospitality carried uncomfortable echoes of a plantation past in which black labor existed primarily for the comfort and hospitality of others. Many Barbadians inherently resisted anything that smacked of servitude or reminded us of the legacy of the plantation. And for many years, hospitality services were underdeveloped. We simply did not understand the value chain of service. And so tourism development in Barbados could never simply be about hotels or expanding airlift. It had to become a national social project. Yes, we've been able to build a solid foundation and receive accolades and awards, but this national project did not happen overnight. During the 1980s, our schools, our churches, our mosques, our communities, our civic institutions, Barbados deliberately cultivated a national consciousness that tourism was not somebody else's business. Tourism was all of our business. The sugar industry was dying, and we had to diversify our economy. Sounds familiar? Every citizen, wherever we found ourselves, could contribute and had to contribute to the visitor experience and therefore to the economic well-being of the nation itself. Over time, this produced something remarkable. A culture of hospitality became embedded, not merely within the tourism sector, but within the national psyche. Almost reflexively, Barbadians learned to engage visitors, not as intruders, but as valued guests and clients. Courtesy, professionalism, storytelling, and service excellence became expressions not of subservience, but of confidence, ownership, and national pride. That distinction matters profoundly. Because for Barbados, sustainable tourism cannot be built when people feel excluded from the benefits, when people feel alienated from the spaces or emotionally disconnected from the purpose of tourism. Tourism succeeds when citizens in a country see themselves not as spectators to development, but as participants, stakeholders, and beneficiaries of a shared national enterprise. And sustaining that culture of hospitality required far more than marketing campaigns or investment brochures or social media activity. It required a whole of society approach. And I've heard some of these themes echoed here today. Tourism in Barbados succeeded because to become a global award-winning brand, culture ultimately made its way into policy. It shaped infrastructure development, labor protection, public health standards, environmental management, law enforcement, education, community planning. Barbados understands that a tourism product cannot be world-class if the society supporting it is neglected. And so we built systems deliberately. We strengthened legal protections for workers. Our tourism sector is very seasonal. Our trade unions engaged around the importance of decent work and fair labor practices for tourism workers. We protected public access to beaches and resisted attempts to block ancestral rights of way for people to be able to get from one village to another village. Barbados is one of the few places in the world where there are no private beaches. Any attempt to create a private beach in Barbados is resisted vigorously. So when you go to Barbados, and I'm testimony to this, you can beach next to Nollywood stars, Hollywood stars. Everyone mixes and mingles on the beaches, in the nightclubs, everyone minding their own business. And that principle is not only legal, it is cultural. Public health institutions work to ensure that restaurants, salons, street food vendors, hospitality spaces met high standards of food safety and sanitation. Investment in sewage systems and waste management became critical to the prevention and preservation of our nearshore waters and marine ecosystems upon which tourism itself depends. Our town and country planning authorities enforced against illegal construction on beaches. Not anyone can go on beaches in Barbados and just ply their trade because blending is legal. Beaches are very orderly. Conservation initiatives sought to preserve the natural beauty of the island and maintain clean public spaces. Police and security services understand that tourism safety cannot just exist in the tourism areas, it must also exist within the wider community. Because visitors judge Barbados not only by resorts, but by the safety, order, and well-being of the wider society. So Barbados is a country where you can arrive, get in a car, and drive, often in the wrong direction, often into our backyards, but we give our visitors a wide berth and we help them to enjoy. Our welcoming culture sees Nigerians as our largest source market of African visitors, followed by Ghanaians and South Africans. Our festival stages are dominated by Nigerian artists such as Davido, Burna Boy, Tiwa Savage, Thames, Aerostar. You're coming home. In Barbados, we recognize that crime, disorder, and social instability are among the greatest impediments to sustainable tourism growth. And most importantly, Barbados continues to recognize that partnerships matter. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many countries closed their borders and doors and ports. Barbados chose a different path. We became a humanitarian and logistical haven for cruise ships stranded at sea. helping to repatriate passengers safely home through innovative, secure travel corridors, and provided food, water, and fuel for sheltering crews. The global cruise industry departed our shores saying repeatedly that they would never forget Barbados, and indeed they did not. As the cruise industry has rebounded, Barbados has experienced one of the strongest recoveries in cruise tourism in the Caribbean. A powerful reminder that partnerships built on trust, humanity, and reliability ultimately creates enduring value. Trust, it came up today. Trust is an underappreciated element of the movement of people, business, and the tourism product. Barbados is simply trusted. When culture ultimately shapes policy, and this is the ultimate lesson that we teach from Barbados, that when culture teaches or shapes policy, when heritage informs development, and when people feel ownership of national progress, tourism ceases to be merely an industry and becomes an expression of national identity. At some point, hospitality is no longer a strategy. It is simply who you are. It is simply who we are. But who are we without you, Nigeria? Who are we without you, West Africa? We want tourism to be the platform for broader South-South cooperation. Our Prime Minister is a global Pan-Africanist. You've heard her speak within the UN system. For her, tourism is that gateway to increase cooperation with Nigeria and Africa in education, in healthcare, in banking, finance, investment, innovation. The time has come now for African capital to see the Caribbean not simply as a historical relative or a vacation destination, but as a strategic space for investment and intergenerational wealth creation. The Caribbean, and Barbados in particular, provides unique opportunities for high-yield investment in luxury and mid-scale hotels, in branded residences, in villas, in marina developments, wellness tourism, health tourism, heritage tourism, aviation, cruise, logistics, conference, and creative industries. And I'm not dreaming, I'm not being at all esoteric. We are already seeing early examples of what this future can look like. On this stage today, we heard Air Peace, Alan Onyema speak about what they're doing. But what Air Peace is doing is significant. In 2019, Prime Minister Motley and the Barbados government removed visa restrictions for several countries, including Nigerians. Nigerians can travel visa-free to Barbados. But without the ability to get to Barbados, it's just something that became ephemeral. So Air Peace is creating history again by revolutionizing the air travel industry with its pioneering work with flights from Lagos and Accra to Barbados and Antigua. Direct flights, overcoming the hurdle of asking others for permission through in-transit visas to visit ourselves. This is important and this is revolutionary. EKO Hotels, Dr. Aya shared with me the inspiration, which I heard referenced, for your iconic Christmas carnival, that this borrowed from the Caribbean carnival concepts and transformed an annual event into a cultural extravaganza that tells Nigerian stories in the way that we do with our carnivals. EKO has recognized the formula that you don't just market a hotel, you market a lifestyle, you market a city, you market a value chain way beyond the corners of your property. AfriExem has joined this grouping by building its regional headquarters in Barbados and building world-class conferencing facilities. Is helping to de-risk the Africa-Caribbean trade and hospitality linkage while creating institutional infrastructure necessary for deepening tourism, business, aviation, and investment flows between our region. This is a model that we must now scale. So African pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, private equity firms, hotel groups, airlines, to see Barbados and the wider Caribbean as part of a long-term strategic horizon, a place where African capital can participate not only in profitable ventures, but in shaping spaces where people of African descent from across the world can gather, heal, celebrate, invest, reconnect, and belong, because ownership matters. I conclude by reminding you that Prime Minister Motley has called on us to reclaim our Atlantic destiny. She's suggesting that Africa and the Caribbean jointly build destinations where our culture, our capital, and our aspirations can converge. She's asking us to understand that service is not servitude, and that tourism excellence requires a whole of society approach, community-centered, where you bring the warmth and welcoming culture of your country, of your region to the forefront. As I look around this room, I see one people. I see one people. Amo Ejo. But please, let Africa and the Caribbean not only be connected by history, let us be united by purpose. Let our common cultural connection help with building the trust and removing the barriers that exist between us. I thank you. I thank you. Eche Bon
Ladies and gentlemen, would like at this point in time to recognize in our midst the presence of Mr. Jan Gilbert, President, European Chamber of Commerce, Nigeria, Eurochan, and Vice President Amadeus. Please recognize him with a round of applause.
take the next keynote address. And that next keynote address is going to be delivered by the Pan-Africanist. I introduced him earlier in the morning, but he's a man that is very well known as a public intellectual across the continent. I described him as a friend of Nigeria. I described him earlier on as an Nkrumahist, and also as a man who admires the example of Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso. Many will remember Thomas Sankara. Now, he used to be a director of the Kenya School of Law. He used to be director of the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission. And then in 2005, he was secretary of the Kenya Review Commission. The draft constitution of that commission was rejected in a 2005 referendum. But Professor Patrick Locke Otione Lumumba, he has remained very active, he's very well known, and he's an orator in addition to everything. So I enjoin you to fasten your seatbelt, as they say in the travel business, and then for the next few minutes.
Thank you very much.
Well, welcome.
Let me start by recognizing that I'm invited at a time when you are tired. That must be recognized. Secondly, let me recognize that the law of diminishing returns is already operating, and therefore I'll be alive to that reality. But permit me to say that I'm glad to be present here and to thank the proprietors of EKO Hotel for what you've done over the years. Permit me also to recognize all who have been responsible for making this event possible, and for those who have spoken before me, whom if I chose to be lazy, I would have said, they have said all the things that I wanted to say and that I have nothing useful to add. Let me also say that I have written a fully fledged paper which will be availed to you. I'll therefore speak for no more than 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to talk about the subject of reimagining African culture in the context of hospitality. And in order to do so, we do it in the context of what EKO Hotels have done in the last 50 years. When you are celebrating 50 years, you are informing the world that we have been around, we have gone through highs and lows, but we remain alive and well. And we are looking into the next 50 years. When one looks at the statistics on the subject of tourism, one recognizes that Africa has the shorthand of the stick. Last year only, the revenue generated in the world through tourism and hospitality was in the neighborhood of $2 trillion United States dollars. That is just about the GDP of the entire continent of Africa. And Africa only had anything between 8 and 10% of it, which then tells us that there is a lot of work to be done, which begs the question, when we talk about tourism as conceived in the continent of Africa, what do we think? In many African countries, tourism is still considered that thing that is created for visitors. So that if a Kenyan were to visit Nouakchott in Mauritania, he or she would not be seen as a tourist. That if you are to be a tourist, you have to come from Germany, from Ireland, from China, from Thailand, and from those destinations. And therefore, when we talk about reimagining tourism, we are telling ourselves that we must have a change of mindset. We must remind ourselves that tourism is an ecosystem, and it is therefore not fortuitous that you are called EKO Hotel and Suites, and that your name has been echoing in Nigeria for the past 50 years. Many of you will remember that the place of culture is something that has been recognized over the years. In 1966, the then president of Senegal, Léopold Sédar Senghor, created what became known as Festac in Dakar, Senegal, in the year 1966 that I've spoken about. There was a lull until 1977 here in Lagos, Nigeria, that we had the Festac Festival. And at that time, Africa was recognizing, not for the first time, but recognizing that culture must be given its pride of place. The question that we must ask, therefore, as those who are resident in the continent of Africa and those who are conscious of Africa in the diaspora, what is it that we must do going forward to ensure that tourism occupies the place that it ought to occupy in the scheme of things? Many have spoken. We have been told that we should not look at culture simply as an anthropological curiosity. We must not romanticize culture, but we must see culture as something that is to be celebrated and that is capable of being monetized in order to create opportunities for our young men and women. We must also see culture as a process through which we rediscover who we are. In the Kiswahili language, we say, mwachamila ni mtumwa. He or she who abandons culture is a slave. We have been told here that this Nigeria, as we speak now, has been in the center or at the center of cultural revivalism. It is indeed in that context that we must understand Nollywood. It is in that context that we must understand Afrobeat. It is in that context that we must appreciate EKO Hotel and Suites as being an integral player in this ecosystem. But as you celebrate 50 years today, the question is your vision Pan-Africanist? And what do I mean? Because in the next 50 years, I would want to see that EKO Hotel and Suites are present in every African capital through a franchising system that will be uniquely African. And I believe that if you do that, then your name will resonate. Your name will echo in Casablanca in Morocco. And that perhaps it is through the EKO hotels that we will be able to liberate our South African brothers and sisters who are now engaged in Afrophobic behavior. We must take every opportunity to ensure that we use every system. And I have no doubt in my mind that the men and women who are present in this assembly, who have sacrificed their all, they may not have been aboriginally from Africa, but is it not Kwame Nkrumah who said, you are not an African because you are born in Africa, but because Africa is born in you? Is it not Robert Mongaliso Sobukwe of South Africa who said, there is only one race in the world, the human race? And if indeed we accept that that is the reality, we are assembled here to dramatize a few things. Number one, we are here to dramatize the fact that tourism and indeed hospitality is at the very heart of human engagement. Those of you who are spiritually inclined will remember in the Christian Bible it being said that sometimes you entertain angels without knowing. And I have no doubt in my mind that here at EKO Hotel, you have entertained many angelic beings. And that is why it must have been said a little earlier that when you have the dirty December, your books of accounts normally explode. So as we celebrate the reimagination of culture and tourism, particularly for the young men and women here present, the time is now. The time is now to give meaning to what we have described as Africa Agenda 2063. Agenda 2063 will only make sense if it is possible for me to travel from Nairobi, Kenya without a visa, to travel from Addis Ababa in Ethiopia without a landing pass, to travel from Kampala in Uganda as if I was traveling from Ibadan to Yenagoa. I look forward to those days. And when I look forward to those days, I have no doubt in my mind that you of the EKO hotels will be present in those spaces and that you will offer services that give meaning to African hospitality. It can be done, and it has been done. What we are asking you this evening is to up the ante. So my invitation to you today, celebrate 50 years. Celebrate 50 years because you have done a good job. Celebrate 50 years because you have gone through headwinds. Celebrate 50 years because there have been moments of frustration. Celebrate 50 years because there were moments when you wanted to give up. Celebrate 50 years because that notwithstanding you stood up, and we are here to cut the cake. Celebrate 50 years because you have benefited many young men and women. Celebrate 50 years because you have benefited Nigerian people through the taxes that you pay. Celebrate 50 years because you are a brand that is known as Nigerian. Celebrate 50 years because it is good to celebrate. And I have no doubt in my mind that as we look to the next 50 years, it will be different and better. It will be different because the 375 cultures of Nigeria will find expression in the EKO hotel ecosystem, because their foods will be celebrated, because their dances will be celebrated, because their items of clothing will be celebrated, because their languages will be celebrated, and that you leave the continent of Africa and go to the Caribbean and remind our kith and kin that indeed we can have EKO hotels. If it is not in Antigua and Barbuda, it is in Barbados. If it is not in Barbados, in St. Kitts and Nevis. And if it is not in St. Kitts and Nevis, it will be in Kingston, Jamaica. It can be done, it must be done, and we are the ones who will do it. God bless you.
Go ahead and appreciate him. A jewel in Africa, the unmistakable voice, the uncontested wit and intelligence of Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. Thank you so much, sir. As you take your seats, we'll be going on a quick 5-minute music break so that you can stretch that mind to contain, in just after those 5 minutes, our last panel session and also our last keynote speaker. So please rest, relax. You are at the Africa Legacy Summit right here in EKO Hotel and Suites. Thank you.
Pressman, hold on. After this, we're going to take one more round of pictures. Everybody, please stay on stage. Everyone, please stay on stage. Thank you. Let's have our Bolandians join them on stage, please. Stay on stage. Everyone, stay on stage, please. Stay on the stage, please. Stay on the stage, please. We want to show a bit of our African culture. We have a select few to stay on stage. When I count, please go to the stage. Let's display our African authenticity for the world. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 30 seconds. 30 seconds for these images, please. 30 seconds only. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is time for you to grab. Time for you to have a light refreshment. You can shake your body in your seats. We'll be back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes for our final panel and keynote session. Press, 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds for press. Please enjoy the sights and sounds of our EKO Hotel Band. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Over 35 million international arrivals. Cruise traffic, even higher. This is not recovery. This is not a rebound. This is a boom. The Caribbean is having the strongest tourism year in its history. And the world has taken notice. The United States is flooding in. Canada is doubling down. Europe is accelerating fast. But here's the real story. Africa is missing. West Africa, the ancestral heartbeat of the Caribbean, is barely a data point. Not because the desire isn't there, but because the access never was until now. In May 2026, Air Peace changed everything. For the first time in history, Lagos to the Caribbean, direct. No UK visa, no US transit, no European stopovers. You board in Lagos and land in the Caribbean before sunset. Just like that, the barrier is gone. But why is the Caribbean exploding right now? 4 forces. First, a global travel surge no one predicted. Demand didn't just return, it multiplied. Second, crisis creates opportunity. When travel to Cuba collapsed, millions of visitors redirected straight into the rest of the Caribbean. Third, shifts in global safety. Travelers leaving destinations like Mexico are choosing the Caribbean instead, driving booking spikes of up to 50%. And fourth, the most powerful shift of all, culture. Today's traveler is no longer chasing beaches alone. They're chasing identity, energy, heritage. Festivals like Cropover, Spice Mars, Reggae Sunfest, experiences rooted in African culture, reimagined in the Caribbean. And now, the door is open. Barbados, record-breaking demand. Jamaica, millions of visitors in months. Grenada, booming from new air routes. Curacao, nearly fully booked. Antigua, hosting the world's tourism elite. The momentum is unstoppable. But this is bigger than tourism. This is reconnection. Africa and the Caribbean, linked by history, by culture, by blood, are finding each other again. Not in theory, but in real time. Through flights, through festivals, through business, through movement. And this summer, the calendar is alive. From July to August, a non-stop wave of music, carnival and culture, across multiple islands, one trip, multiple destinations, 0 transit barriers. So here's the moment. The Caribbean is thriving. The world is already there. And for the first time in history, you can be there too. No permissions, no detours, no limits, just a direct path from West Africa to the islands that carry its spirit. The Caribbean is calling. The only question is, will you answer?
Ladies and gentlemen, after watching that powerful vision of connection, I would love to emphasize on who Crystal is. Crystal is a seasoned hospitality professional with over 15 years of experience, having shaped the industry from our Caribbean homeland of Trinidad and Tobago all the way from here to Nigeria. She's also the senior special assistant to the president of La Campaign Tropicana Beach Resort and a driving force behind the IPADA Carnival and a major initiative supported by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu focused on uniting Africa with its global diaspora through tourism, culture, and business. I'm delighted to welcome onto the stage the very woman who is turning that vision into reality. Please, let's give her a very warm round of applause for Crystal Cummins. I know we are all tired. Please, can we give her a round of applause? When she walks to the stage, please, let's continue to give her a warm of applause. She has accolades to establish her authority here this afternoon. But let me also use this medium to bring in Jeso. She's an Asian who is here to tell us what we already know, but we've not fully embraced our culture. Please help me to welcome Jeso.
Right, Crystal, the video we just watched is a video from a presentation that you made. Can you just inspire the young people here about exactly how you got into writing that beautiful article so that every young entrepreneur, student in hospitality and tourism will understand that passion required for you to do what you do to present yourself and Africa to the world. And we'll have another 1-minute speech as well. We'll give you 1 minute to just ginger the young people here. And Jinsol, who is an Asian, came all the way to Nigeria and traveled around Nigeria more than most Nigerians, including myself, has ever been. Tell us what that is so that we can charge the young people here to take responsibility for the narrative of Africa. Thank you. 1 minute each, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here. As someone born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago who has spent the last 6 years working in West Africa between Nigeria and Ghana, the connection between Africa and the Caribbean is not just cultural, it's also spiritual. And yet there's also the disconnect. So the video that was played just now was an excerpt from one of my articles that I wrote about the connection with Airpeace, connecting both continents, making the door wide open for us to reconnect. When my ancestors left West Africa, they left on slave ships. But now they have the opportunity to return on an airline, a Nigerian airline called Airpeace, which is a big, big, big accomplishment for us. I'm sure my ancestors will be very happy to know that we are able to reconnect in such a way. In terms of, for the young people, I would say, get to understand your history and understand the true culture of who you are. For us in the Caribbean, when we think of our culture, our history, and our ancestors, we think of slavery because that is what was taught to us. For those of you on the continent, you know who your ancestors are. You can trace your lineage, which is a privilege that we don't have. But with this new connection, my brothers and sisters in the diaspora can now get to come and experience their true culture, not from the lens of slavery, but to get to really know who their ancestors really were. The chiefs, the kings, the obas, all these different cultural, historical connection that was preserved through centuries here in West Africa. I'm just so passionate. It's such a pleasure to be on the continent. And I'm not sure, I think unless you're a diasporan, then you'll really understand that feeling of reconnection. Because I'm sure when my ancestors left, they never dream of being able to come back one day, to be able to sit here and be able to speak to the family members that they left behind and create that reconnection. And that's something that I'm very passionate about. And I would love the exchange of cultures between both the Caribbean and West Africa, where we can bring young people from Africa to the Caribbean to learn about the culture that was preserved. We have the Orishas, the Shango, we have so much cultural tradition that was preserved through slavery that those of you on the continent can learn from, and also vice versa. Me coming here, I learned so much, and I'm sure there's so many of my brothers and sisters in the diaspora that can learn so much from coming here and understanding their true culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear 1 minute from you, Jinsen. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jin Sor from South Korea. Thanks for having me here. I had an amazing time while I traveled to over 10 states in Nigeria, and it was not an easy journey. I faced a lot of difficulties, but I'm glad I was able to experience the beauty of Nigeria and meet amazing people. And I hope in the near future, tourism in Nigeria will be promoted even more so that people will be able to travel more freely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we give them both a resounding applause as they leave the stage? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very exciting day. Well, I'm here for the next session, panel session. And the subject of that panel is culture as the foundation of Africa's integration. And we have quite an interesting panel here. And I would just like to invite them quickly to the stage. First, we have Dr. Mark Dako. Dr. Mark Dako is Global President of the International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, AICCI. Dr. Dako, thank you for joining us. Next, let me invite Mr. Carl Hala, Group General Manager of Continental Hotels, Nigeria. The CEO, Fura Collective, Lady Stella Fubara. Lady Stella Fubara. And then I also have Vice President for Africa with Amadeus, Mr. Jan Gilbert. Mr. Jan Gilbert. Okay, he's here. And then, of course, Krista Cummings, who is Executive Director of the African Caribbean Initiatives with MIPAD. MIPAD means Most Influential People of African Descent. Ms. Krista Cummings. Oh, yeah, excellent. Okay. Incidentally, I'm going to be moderating this session. Yes, thank you all. Very interesting panel we have here. I would like to take off from two presentations today by Professor Lumumba and also the ambassador from Barbados. Now, Her Excellency from Barbados was talking about identity, culture as transformational proposition and not as transactional. And she also made a point about how you can use culture to build identity and how we can integrate both the African continent and then the diaspora. But let's start with Africa. The major challenge that we have in Africa, when Professor Lumumba was talking, he referred to what he called Agenda 2063. And Agenda 2063 was adopted by the African Union. And the whole idea of that Agenda 2063 is that African people should see themselves working under the umbrella of a global agenda as one indivisible, united people. And that, of course, in 2018, we had what was called the Protocol of the Free Movement of Persons. And then, of course, if you look at the literature in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, culture is at the very center of it, a cultural mechanism as to how you can integrate Africa. And as Professor Lumumba pointed out, integration is one of the biggest problems that we have in Africa. An Africa that is responsible, it's 55 countries, for up to about $13 trillion in terms of productivity. So how do we use culture to drive economic growth within the continent? Incidentally, as we're here, this is the same subject that has been discussed this way. First in Kenya, Africa Forward project, which conceptualizes Africa as the last frontier. And then 6 head of states and almost 100 or 1,000 whatever CEOs went straight to Kigali to discuss how private sector and government can work together. However, the major problem that we have in Africa is our diversity, which should be our strength, is the differences we have in terms of religion, in terms of language. So I would like to start with you, Dr. Dako. What are the basic challenges? Why is it that culture, that should be a source of integration, is a source of division in most African countries?
Thank you very much. First of all, I bring you warm greetings from Ghana. My Nigerian friends call Ghana the 37th state of Nigeria. For a good reason. We have about 3 million Nigerians in Ghana at the moment, and that's like 10% of the population of Ghana. So when you sample 10 Ghanaians, you find 1 Nigerian. And again, when I arrived here in Lagos, I've seen a lot of similarities between the Ghanaian economy and the Nigerian economy. My first time here, and I'm very happy. When I arrived, I saw the cultural displays here in EKO Hotel, very authentic and very original, and I applaud you for this. All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The issue of diversity can be seen as a challenge, but for me, as an African, I see it as an opportunity for us. Because diversity creates, it doesn't create uniformity, but it has to create unity. We are beautiful in our diversity. For instance, a Ghanaian might be a bit different from, a Moroccan who might be a bit different from a South African. But remember that before the colonial borders came, we were already connected to each other. We were intermarrying, we had, cuisines that were similar to each other, storytelling, and all of that. And all of a sudden, because of the borders, we are a bit disintegrated. It is important we go back to our roots, and as previous speakers have already highlighted, let's collapse the borders. But I see that the borders that we have are more psychological than physical, because it should be easy for a Ghanaian, for instance, a young entrepreneur in Accra to do business seamlessly with another entrepreneur in Lagos, another entrepreneur in Kigali. There shouldn't be a problem. But what I see is that we have issues with trust among ourselves. So we tend to rather trust institutions and individuals from our colonial partners better than ourselves. And that's a big mistake. If we know that we have a shared value, shared culture, then that shared value must create trust. When trust is created, then business can also be done very, very seamlessly with trust. So I think the first thing to think about is how are we going to establish and facilitate businesses and trade among ourselves in a very trusted way. Once we get that done, we should not have a problem at all when it comes to movement of goods and services and movement of persons within the continent of Africa.
Okay, let me come to you, Lady Fubara. Your profile says you have been advising governments. And, culture cannot be mobilized when our governments do not even prioritize culture at the policy level. Now, you find that most of our governments, they tend to play up the differences. What should be the essential role of government? Take, for example, the situation that we have in Southern Africa. At the moment, we have a big issue with xenophobia in that part of the world, and it's not just with Nigeria alone. Ghana has had to protest to the African Union. Ghana has had to write a letter to the South African government. Countries within that axis, Zimbabwe and Uganda and Mozambique, they've also had to complain. Nigeria has had to invite the South African ambassador. And yet, when these leaders meet, they pay lip service to integration. But another part of it is also infrastructure. So what do you think should be the essential role of government, even if, you know, our governments have different levels of capacity in Africa?
Thank you so much, distinguished guests and Your Excellencies. I stand on existing protocol. I've been in this business a long time and across many continents, and my most recent role was the International Operations Director for Dubai Economy and Tourism for about 10 years, managing sub-Saharan Africa. And the issue of culture is all in how we perceive it and who pushes it for us. You specifically asked, what is the role of government? The way we approach it, both in Walt Disney World, where I also worked for several years, is culture is not a platform for division. It is actually a platform for pride. And that pride can be endorsed both by the indigene or the host of the culture as well as the target audience. I only deal in live stories and execution. I'm not an academician. If you can't get it done, I don't want to talk about it. So here's how you get it done. Dubai is, the entire country is not as big as the state of Lagos. And yet, the government there decided that in order to drive tourism for the UAE, they had to embrace and focus on the culture of other countries. In the UAE, you do not market anything that is not focused on the culture of another country. The government structured us. I was International Operations for Africa. There was another one for Europe, another one for Russia, another one for China. Our only job was to understand the culture of the audience we're going after and develop all of our products, including hospitality, towards that audience. What does that mean? EKO Hotel might have a whole, 50 rooms that are targeted at Russians, and every pamphlet in there is in Russian. And they develop packages for the Russians. They have just embraced the culture of another country. In Dubai, they have a mall that one entire wing is China. None of us speaks a word of Chinese, those of us who live there. But the government embraced another culture in order to grow tourism. We sit here today wondering how we can use culture to grow tourism. These are live examples. So, as Nigerians resident here, using culture to grow tourism is not just about knowing your own culture. It's about knowing your target audience culture and using that knowledge to drive input. Let's be real. You want dollars, foreign currency, as tourism coming in here, in as much as we want regional. But this understanding of culture is not just about your own. It's about other cultures and how to leverage that knowledge and bring them into Nigeria. And then when they get here, our platform, not the government, the culture is the people. The rules are the people. We are the culture. I mean, someone who's not coming down to welcome people at the airport. When you go to Jamaica, Montego Bay, you get off the plane, you walk into the terminal, and right then and there, as traditional as it may look, they're offering you rum because that's what they're known for. So what do we do when people come into our country? How is our culture on display? What do they see first? Is it embracing people who work at the airport dressed in completely Western attire? It doesn't work. You get on Singapore Airlines, they're wearing their traditional attire. So that culture is is to be lived. It is not academic. It is to be lived and actioned into tourism and into packages and into hospitality.
Thank you. Very good. Well, Mr. Hala, let me come to you. I mean, you are General Manager of Continental Hotels here in Nigeria, and you've worked in other places. Now, in terms of your experience here and there, what do you think are the specific lessons that Nigeria, somebody running hospitality business in Nigeria, can learn perhaps from other jurisdictions? And then, I mean, you know Nigeria too well. You know, how about staff conduct? How about the culture of, corruption within the general society? After all, culture is everything.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Whenever the word corruption comes up, I believe corruption is global. It doesn't matter. Nigeria is a country I come since the last 18 years. I was managing Intercontinental Hotels for Africa. And I always came in and enjoyed a vibrance. And as a hotelier, you go in and you feel you might not have the professionalism on the ground, but you've got a vibe, you've got an energy, you have a youth which is powerful, you have the augurs who are creative, humorous, and so witty. But coming to your question, now, living and running our hotels like EKOs, we have a few hundred rooms. It is what we can look at and what Nigeria and us perhaps should look most in is adapting more an operational discipline, which means that there has to be a more consistent service deliverance. It was mentioned before, global security standards, safety standards should be mandated. Training, yes, I know there are a lot of training institutions where you go through, but there has to be an excellence in our staff training. Because we can look wherever we want. The visitor, whoever comes, sort of relies on or trusts that the standards in Nigeria are reliable. And this reliability creates a repeat business. That means we talk dollars. The other one is, it was mentioned before, I think you mentioned Dubai. It is a destination collaboration. So let's take Dubai or Rwanda or Rome or wherever you're going through. Governments work together with hotels, with airlines, with tourism boards, with private investors. And they work very often in alignment in order to create this credibility to the destination. But most important, I believe, is the famous one voice. If you take business for Nigeria, then where one could learn and see from others, one perhaps should start with convention business, convention tourism, build a convention bureau, and clearly define, and that fits into it, the structure between government and the private sector. Whilst the bureau will be the intermediator, you have the government doing the diplomacy, the visas and security, and the operator makes sure that everything is okidoki. Look at the EKO. I just spoke with Danny, and I know I'm around the corner. I took my first Afrobeat learnings last December. I attended the Rema concert. It was amazing. I learned that performances take a little bit longer, so Rema performed at 4:30 in the morning. I managed. My son kept me happily alive. But the standards, whatever you saw here, was the world standard. So when we work aligned and operators operate as they do here and as many others do, and convention business is already very strong in smaller phases within the country, you have a differentiation. There's a responsibility for government, there's a responsibility for the private sector, and I guess at the end of the day, we have to, coming to the last point, preserve our heritage. Many countries consider and value their heritage as a major economic infrastructure. So we need to go and say, let's invest. Let's make sure we do invest in this so rich Nigerian culture, heritage and history, and turn this into a viable asset that has got world-class visitors, experiences, opportunities. Come on, if you look, 250 ethnic groups, a dominant music, Afrobeat sector, which is influencing the world, fashion, art, food. We have 2 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. I learned this, by the way. Osun Osogbo and Sukur. Nobody talks about it. Of course you do. But Agri, we talked about it. My God. I went 2 months ago, we looked at the project, yeah. I'm sure it's coming. It ain't there yet. Opportunity galore. It's the newly curated National Museum in Lagos. Amazing. Can be the Louvre, can be anything. Kudos, super done. But who is promoting it? Who is packaging it? So that culture has this amazing influence. So if you combine, and if you want to win, you combine operational excellence with a local cultural identity, authenticity, who's going to stop us? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Jan Gilbert, let me come to you. I mean, you have also walked around the world. And then culture, they say, is dynamic because it's always changing. One day we went to a restaurant with my wife. I think it was in England. Or was it where now? Madame, maybe France. And then I saw the kind of technology I haven't seen before. And it looks like even in the hospitality business, even in the hotel business, technology is the future. AI, robotics. In fact, we were served by, I think, a robot. The food tasted different because coming from the third world, I couldn't understand. But, you know, how do we scale up to make sure that as the rest of the world is advancing, that here in Africa also, we can catch up with that emerging culture without necessarily sacrificing customer satisfaction and human-centric experience.
Okay, thank you. I will start by culture, first of all. I heard a lot of things which are very correct. You cannot compare Nigeria culture with Dubai culture or even our neighbor Benin culture. You know, the Nigerian culture is so vast, so rich, and we are not exposing it. It has been said before. Whereas Dubai had 20 years ago or 30 years ago, it was almost nothing, a desert with a couple of people. And they have, because they focus on one aspect of their culture that they magnified. Same as Benin. If you go to Benin, I encourage you to go to Benin next door. 5 years ago, Benin was not as it is today, but they find something but they make something exceptional, and they focus everything in it. I mean, when I think everything, I mean hotels, aviation, airport, training, everything has been focused on it. Now going back to technology, which is my domain, that's also, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to use what is successful and what is working well in other countries. We mentioned Dubai. I think Dubai is a very good example. When you land in Dubai, for the one who knows, you don't pass immigration, you don't pass SSS, you don't pass quarantine, you don't pass anybody. Why? Because they have technology who handle all that for Amadeus is behind Dubai airport. We are the one providing technology. So when you go to immigration with Face ID recognition, everything in the back, in the border control, everything is automatized and they recognize, they can identify where you are coming from, where you are going, and all your background. So you need technology to make the life of the people coming in the country better. If you look at Nigerian Airlines, we had my friend from Allen from Air Peace, who is doing a great job in terms of technology, but he's almost alone. We have more than 13 airlines in Nigeria. They are not yet fully digitalized. They are not yet, if you want to buy a ticket on, I don't want to name an airline, but you can, if you want to buy a ticket that is not on Air Peace in France, you cannot in Nigeria. You have to go on Nigerian website, which is not known. So there is a lot of opportunities to connect all the Nigeria stakeholders into the ecosystem. Very important. You mentioned, so there is quick wins to do to make more business and make Nigeria more visible outside. We mentioned also infrastructure. There are some good improvement because I saw that they are renovating Lagos Airport. And of course, if you don't have, and Alan mentioned it this morning, if you don't have connection opportunities, Nigeria cannot be a hub. Why is Rwanda a bigger hub than Nigeria? Does not make any sense. You don't have, Rwanda is a very small country, there is a small population. Nigeria has 36 states. They are connecting everyone. We have a big population. They can all come to Lagos and connect, or people can come from abroad and connect. So a lot to be done, and quick win and easily. I forgot also to mention, that has been mentioned by Alan as well, is about visa. For someone like for Europe, like us, to come to Nigeria, it's more or less $300 just to get the visa, plus all the documentation you need. If you want to go to Benin, you just fill your simple basic document, you click on send, in less than 5 minutes you get your visa, and it costs you $50 maybe. Also on airport taxis, why is it everybody is complaining that tickets are expensive? I'm here with my friend of Royal Maroc. You have to compare what is the airport taxis in Nigeria, compare with Senegal, for example. Senegal is a country with not so many natural resources. So they rely a lot on tourism. So they align all their strategy, their government strategy about tourism. So they know that they cannot put very high airport taxes because they want to attract people. And $300 is a lot because you can pay a lot of hotels, you can spend money in the country. So that's all these things you can do. Just to finish on, not to take too long time, and to finish on a positive note about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is key, and we are investing a lot on Amadeus, and definitely it will be the future, and we see already in the tech environment, but not only everywhere, but AI is taking over more spaces in our environment. The good thing is that I think Africa, and especially Nigeria, are tech savvy, and willing to learn, willing to go on that direction, and that's a big asset for Nigeria. Because the young generation understand, I understand AI, but my son who is there understands AI 10 times more than me, and even my daughter who is 10 years old already manage AI. Yesterday she showed me something on AI. So, and this culture of innovation is already in Nigeria DNA. We are used to innovation and to embrace the technology, which is a strong asset for the country, and that's why I'm very positive on the future for Nigeria. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, let me come back to you, Krista Cummings. I listened to you earlier on, and I've checked your profile. You've worked across West Africa, and you're also familiar with the connection between diaspora. But you know, from your experience, what global lessons do you think in the field of hospitality Africans need to, you know, adapt and learn to improve standards and particularly to deepen the bonds among African countries?
Okay, thank you for that question. One thing about tourism and hospitality, especially coming from the Caribbean, where their islands, their sole GDP is dependent on tourism. Customer service is the backbone of hospitality and tourism. If customer service is not priority, you find that you will not get repeat business. your business will end up failing or people will run to your competitors. And this goes across the board, from the airlines to the airport experience, the taxi drivers, the hotels, the businesses, the amala shop. Customer service is what really drives tourism. And one thing I would say for Nigeria is that we need to focus a lot on training employees and staff in customer service. When you fail to train in customer service, you fail to capture a large portion of your target audience, because they will think, okay, if I'm getting bad service here, why am I spending my money? What is the purpose of spending your money somewhere if you're going to be treated like you are not welcomed? And this is something that I've pushed, being in the tourism and hospitality industry in Nigeria, pushing the fact that customer service should be the centerpiece of any business that you are establishing. For me, EKO Hotels, I've never had any issues. Your hospitality is top tier. Your customer service is top tier. I must applaud EKO Hotels with that. But yes, to answer your question, I think that Nigeria as a whole should focus on the importance of customer service, from the airlines to the airport, no matter what. Even the security guard manning your gate should understand customer service, because one bad experience means that you are losing business. A customer may not complain and say, oh, they had a bad experience, which gives you the opportunity to fix it. They will just never come back. And that's money leaving your business that you had no idea left. So that, to answer your question, I would say that the focus should be on customer service. For the Caribbean, we understand that. Every business in the Caribbean understands the importance of customer service, because tourism is our driving force. It's our economy. And in order for tourism to thrive and to grow, we need to give good service so people keep coming back.
Very good. I mean, the hospitality business is about people. Travel is about people. Tourism is about people. And the quality experience that they get is what will translate into return or to, references that would sustain the business. There are other issues I would still have loved to bring up, but I see that we still have some other items on the list. But if there's anybody who would like to make a comment or ask a question, very quickly, we can. Okay, Mr. Danny, is there a microphone there for him? The General Manager, EKO Hotels.
Thank you very much. The question was for Professor Darko. What you said hit me, to be honest with you. You spoke about trust between Africans. My question might sound a little harsh, but how can we talk about trusting Africans across borders when we cannot trust ourselves within the borders? That is the question that I have. And the second question is, continue that is, do you think we might be still suffering from a post-colonial headache of the divide and rule?
Okay, very quickly, Doctor.
Okay, so the trust is key, and I'm speaking from the perspective of an investment banker. You see, before capital moves, there has to be trust. And it is, from all the conversations we've had today and the speeches we've heard, it is clear that culture is a catalyst for trust. For instance, if I see that we have shared values, we do things the same way, then we are inclined to trust each other. There's a saying in investment that capital is a coward. Capital moves to only places where there is no risk. And one key way to de-risk investment is to create trust. For instance, Madam Juliet mentioned that why don't we invest our sovereign wealth funds, our pension funds, and private equity funds, for instance, in places like Barbados, rather than to take it to Singapore, to take it to North America, and all of that. If we recognize that the Barbados and the Caribbean and other diasporans also are part of Africa, then we should be able to trust them and put some of these funds in there. Once the funds are there, then we're able to use them for investable projects that are within. That's the only way we can grow our own economies from within, rather than to always give whatever we have, our investable funds, our liquidity, and all of that to Europe and to the Americas, and we have to go back and borrow from them to be able to use them for, say, cultural, issues pertaining to hospitality and all of that. So the trust is key. We can't avoid it. We definitely need to establish that among ourselves as Africans. Once we do that together, then we don't really have to have a problem doing business among ourselves. I hope
Thank you, Dr. David Darko. Okay, I see many hands up, but we'll just take one more. Okay, the lady here. Yes, you, madam. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I just want to support what the Christian lady said about customer service. I live in the United States. I'm a sheriff. But we do what we call Chick-fil-A customer service. Everybody knows Chick-fil-A. If foreigners are coming in here, you treat them so important. Then your own people are coming here, you treat them like they are nobody. So we don't have to look at the colors before we trust people. We just have to look like individuals. I've been in this country. EKO Hotel was the first hotel we stayed. I ran for Nigeria for 25 years. I'm among Marion Yale, Clement Chukwu, but nobody knows me. But when I step into America, everybody knows me because I represent America. So when we come in here to do something, and the country we were born doesn't even value us, what will you think will be tomorrow for the new generation? We get to the airport. I just lost my uncle, which is the Oba Crown Badagry. The state governor was supposed to present something to us. We got there. The police was harassing us. You understand? That's trust. We're talking about you trusting. Traditionally, Nigeria has a lot to give out, but we don't even recognize what we have. When I step into the Olympic ground, everybody will hail me, but when you come to Nigeria at the airport, they want to rob you. You know? That's trust. If I cannot trust to sleep in a place where I have to have 10 soldiers to watch over me, why am I from Nigeria? You know? That's trust. You can't even do business here. Your own brother want to rob you. So they value the color people than the black. But I'm saying it's time for us to wake up for the new generation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But Krista Cummings, before I come to you, Dr. Stella, Lady Stella Fubara was going to say something about culture and hospitality.
Thank you so much. I'd like to bring us back to reality. We're talking about culture here today, and tourism and hospitality. And culture is not just what you wear. It is what you say, it is your norms, your beliefs, and your history, and how to promote it. I think that this concept of culture, when we talk about it in tourism and hospitality, we're only looking at the physical, and that's really not what it's about. Let's be real here. We are losing our culture in Nigeria. How many of you here can speak a Nigerian language? How many of you here can write in Nigerian language? We are losing our culture, and therefore we cannot promote it properly. Ghana is an example of they used an aspect of their culture that might not have seemed kosher, and they took it to the next level. Several years ago, back in 2016-17, I was part of the team in Ghana that curated the Year of the Return. Where was it birthed from? I was there to give a speech, a women's speech, and they asked me, oh, how can we improve tourism in Ghana? I said, start with what you have, whether it's good or bad, and spin the narrative. You've got two things that they know Ghana for: kente cloth and slavery. Hollywood is already using kente cloth, but they're not recognizing where it came from. Push that. And then take that slavery narrative, and make money out of it. And that is how the year of the return was birthed in Ghana. You can do the same anywhere. It doesn't always have to be a good story, but recognize that we are losing our culture. So let's not play games here. How are we going to promote something that we don't even know? All of you raised in Lagos, can you speak Yoruba? Can you write Yoruba? I am telling you that 90% of the children growing up here today cannot speak Yoruba, of the elite and higher. So the problem is even deeper than we know. We need to save our culture first before we can start promoting it. And hospitality, please, is not about hotels. The word hospitality means to be hospitable, which means to be nice. Like she said, it is in every industry. I get offended when people refer to hospitality as the hotel business. That's not what it is. The hotel business is about so much more. Hospitality is one aspect of it, as it should be in every industry in the world. Whether you're in the bank, whether you're a farmer, whether you're a movie producer, you need to be hospitable. So think of hotels as the general manager said it, a destination. And hospitality is within the destination. We've got to change.
Yes. Okay. Yes, Krista.
Okay, I would love to add on what Lady Stella mentioned, because coming from the Caribbean, there are certain aspects of my culture that was preserved through slavery. So when we talk about the Yoruba culture, the Orishas, the Shango, even the traditional dance, the drums, our masquerade, these are things that were preserved through slavery. Our ancestors held on to their culture despite of it being beaten out of them. They held on to it. And today we are proud of that culture in Trinidad and Tobago. And imagine my surprise when I came to Nigeria and I'm speaking to Yorubas that don't understand the Orisha. They don't understand their own heritage, their own religion. I was so shocked because my ancestors suffered to preserve this, and the Nigerian Yorubas that were born here, that it was not taken away from them, they voluntarily gave it up. I was so shocked and surprised. And I would like to send a message to not just Nigerians, but Africans on a whole. Your culture, the thing that you call traditionalists, that you think you are ashamed of, that is your culture. That's what you need to hold on to. You don't need to throw away what your ancestors fought for. You integrate it into modern culture and showcase it. Be proud of it. We are proud of our African culture that we preserved through slavery. When you come to the Caribbean and you see us dancing our traditional dance, dancing to the drums, the racial music, all these different things. In Ghana, a couple weeks ago, there's this lady from Trinidad and Tobago called Empress Ashe. She's also a Yoruba, and she sings Yoruba music and dance. And she had a performance in Ghana. I'm proud of that. That is my country, my heritage that is on display. And my dream as someone that works, trying to bridge the gap between Africa and the Caribbean, is that one day we can exchange that culture. We have so much to share with each other. And I want us to be able to get to that point where we can do that exchange.
Very good. Thank you. Well, before we take our leave, I would like to ask Mr. Hala and Mr. Young Gilbert whether they have any parting thoughts for us, briefly. Oh, we're trying to manage time, but okay. If you can make that very fast.
Okay, first off, please, can we have more young people as part of the panelists? We have a lot to say, actually. I just wanted to say that. So my question is, how can African institutions and tourism stakeholders better educate and equip young tourism students to see culture not just as history, but as a powerful tool for innovation, entrepreneurship, storytelling, and continental integration? My second question is, how can African institutions...
One is enough, madam.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Who do you want to direct that to?
Okay, I would want to direct that to Lady Stella.
Okay, Lady Fubara.
I'm about to shred you. Can you handle it? I'm almost 60 years old. The reason why I'm saying that is because you youth, you think you get things overnight, you have to pay the price. And sometimes the price takes time. And I am willing to listen to the youth and to teach the youth. But what I often find is they're not here to learn. They want me to understand the Gen Z or other generation. And for me to change how we do things to match them. That thought process is what has got us to, the mess we are in today. It is the reason why we have forgotten our culture, because we keep adapting to the future generation. I'm not saying that we don't embrace it, but we can't forget where we came from and what worked. The same goes for even Christianity. Christianity came to Nigeria, and I am a devout Christian, and throughout all the good parts of the culture that the Africans abided by before they got here. And I'm saying that we can work together. How do you learn these things? You cannot learn tourism in a university. It is a practical profession. You can do all you want about hotel management in a university. Until you get to the job, you can't materialize anything. That's just the nature of the game for tourism, for airlines, for hotel business. We've kind of gone full circle in the world. There was a time when being an apprentice and having on-the-job training was very important. And then the next thing it was, oh no, you got to get a degree. And if you don't have a degree, we won't hire you. And we have now come back to realize that those degrees are not helping us. They've not pushed the needle in the business. It is actually being on the job. So if you want to get into tourism and hospitality, you start from the ground up and you learn about people. Tourism is all about serving people. You have to find a way to do it. When you are marketing Nigeria in France, you have got to market it in the language that they understand, which is French. You will not, and market it to what they like to see. If they have never eaten gari or eba in their lives, is that what you're going to go and market to them over there? No, there's got to be some intelligence in it. So you can't treat tourism and hospitality as an institution. It's a business sector. And the best way to learn is on-the-job training. On-the-job training, find someone to mentor you and you can get forward.
Okay. I don't know whether Mr. Allah wants to say something, and Mr. Gilbert, before we take our leave.
No, I think it was very interesting. We had a lot of insights, and I think I'm aligned with what I heard today, and just add to what has been said about culture, which is completely true. Technology, which is key, because the world of tomorrow is the world of technology, and we need to embrace it. And fortunately for us, in Nigeria, we have a young population. They like technology, they adopt it very well, so we are well prepared. Just put things in order, and we'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Allah, briefly.
So
already playing this thing.
I just want to give the bigger picture, because my friend next to me will shred me. So, I believe that Nigeria's biggest opportunity would be the intersection of the hospitality as a whole, entertainment and culture. Because the world is already consuming our music, our food, our art, our fashion, our jollof. So now the challenge is how to turn this global attention into a physical tourism demand here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take photographs and then go to the next item on the agenda.
photographs. All right, thank you, Dr. Abati, for that wonderful panel session. And I think that we have come to the close of what has been a very productive day, filled with wonderful conversations that have been illuminating, that have been thoughtful, and remarks that have shedded light on one of the most important conversations on the continent. I'd like to thank the chairman of EKO Hotels and Suites for staying all through the event, just like I'd like to also thank Professor Lumumba, who delivered a very powerful rendition that charged the entire audience. I'd like to thank Ambassador Wallace for the powerful keynote address, and to all of our panelists who made contributions, meaningful contributions to all the conversations that have been held today. The conversation continues tomorrow. We're going to be starting bright and early. And very interestingly, tomorrow there'll be a passing the torch ceremony where there'll be meaningful participations from the younger generation who will be presenting ideas that are capable of transforming the continent. So thank you once again for being a part of the first day, and we look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. So thank you and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.